Hello everyone, welcome back to another day, another stream. We have Scorn releasing a little bit later today, which I think is going to be, I'm not completely sold on it. I hope that it's good, but I'm not 100% convinced that it's really going to be super impactful. I think it's going to be okay in discard in general, but I don't think it's going to do anything crazy that we haven't seen. Or that we may not be expecting. And then Max, welcome in. Skada, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. How's it going? It's going well so far. We've had a pretty decent morning, and I'm ready to be able to sit down and hopefully do some pretty cool things with Scorn when it releases later today. We also have the update that pushed the increased chance for splits. So I haven't split anything yet. But I think it's a perfect time to maybe go through a few splits. I have plenty of credits to be able to do a handful. So I think I'll probably do that at some point during the stream as well. And so, no, I haven't split just yet. And then Angel, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. The Dark Nizzle, I think she's going to make discard a top meta deck. I hope so. I don't know how much she really helps the standard discard. But maybe there's some interesting offshoots that end up being good with Scorn. We'll see though. I'm tentatively pessimistic or not super hyped about it. I think it's a really cool card for discard. I just don't know that it does enough to make it just stand out above the rest, especially with things like Goliath and Cosmo being so common. And then Vian, you are incredibly early to the stream. The Lazy Fireman, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. You said I think I finally got higher than you. I didn't play any yesterday after ending stream. And so depending on where you ended up, Skada, you may have. And then Toa, TLSG, I'm panicking. I play almost exclusively Apocalypse discard, and I wasted all my keys to get Misery. I only have 4,000 tokens. What do I do? Hope that you get lucky on the pull. I don't know that it's going to revolutionize Apocalypse discard. So we do have a couple of days before we really know for sure what that impact is. And so I think you're okay. Yeah, you could also whale. But I'm gonna start the day with a little bit of the deck that Jeet was running. This one here. Let me minimize this one. So this one, it runs Misery, Grandmaster, Hawk. I thought they were. It was fun yesterday. I had decent stats with it, and so it can get some surprising amount of disrupt and a surprising amount of just power throwing down. And then Devoot, it has been a while. Welcome back in on the YouTube side. Hink, welcome in as well. And then we'll around reset, we'll pivot to a few of the other decks that we have built out for Scorn. But for now, we'll just kind of run this normal one. And then we're going to run a quick set of ads so that we don't run into any ads during the gameplay. And when we get back, just before we jump into the game, I do have a mystery variant to pull, so we'll pull that as well. What deck do you have in mind for Scorn? I have three that I'm going to try. One is a Dakin discard. One is a greedy Wong discard, and then the other is just a standard. Maybe a replacement to Apocalypse. So run Scorn instead of Apocalypse would be interesting. May not be bad though. Because then you use it with the Dracula. If you discard it enough times over the game, it's going to be a decent size. Maybe. And then the Dark Nizzle Man TLSG, I think it will revolutionize discard decks. She can almost be a second Apocalypse. Potentially. Maybe you drop the Apocalypse altogether, which would be crazy. Yeah, otherwise you're splitting the buffs, and so maybe it's one or the other. But Angel, you said I wanted to ask if I can show you my misery list I worked on. Yeah, you can shoot it over to me in Discord, and I can take a look. I think having Scorn and Apocalypse might be all right. Yeah, neither of them would scale for Dracula. Yeah, and so it may be one or the other. I'd be curious to see how Scorn holds up against how high Apocalypse typically gets. But we're going to run to the quick set of ads before we jump into the games. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We'll be jumping in with the new card very, very soon. And I'm actually going to step to the side for just a second. We'll be back. Berserk, you came in absolutely clutch with the challenges for the. Wait. When did it upgrade to a premium mystery variant here? Because this was just mystery variant until, like, I guess the patch, maybe? All right, we're back. They updated them after the updates. That's huge. I wish they would have given people a heads up. I'm glad that we reached it. But that's awesome. And then extra credits, which I think were already there. The mystery variant just is kind of nice. And then M, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Patch made it happen, so everyone is in an alliance and has to. Oh, and so everyone who is in an alliance and has the rewards fulfilled. Oh, gotcha. I thought you were saying that it gave it autocomplete for everybody, but ooh, actually, let's do the mystery variant real fast. I was thinking of running a machine gun gambit. Yeah, I like the idea of a full-on machine gun, but I think there's some interesting room in kind of like a hybrid, maybe. So let's open the premium mystery variant real fast before we jump into our gameplay. That's not bad. As far as variants go, it could be a pixel, it could be worse. Take it. We'll absolutely take it. J-Mac, I'm so sorry to hear that. I like the combo breaker. Zola? Let's see what other Zolas I have. Oh, now there's a lot of stuff covering it. We have Pixel, we have the Earth 1610, and then Combo Breaker. I do kind of like the Combo Breaker. Let's see what that looks like. We'll rock that. I don't run Zola very often, but we'll rock that. You don't have the best Arnim Zola? No, I don't. I don't use Arnim Zola very often. Has anyone heard the new MODOK and Arrow voice lines? I have not. Do they sound good or is it kind of bad? Because like Ghost Rider gives me some nightmares for sure. With the voice line he had added. Devoot said, I had a homebrew where the whole point was to discard as many cards as possible for Collector, Meek, and Morbius. Did well with Wong, MODOK, Blade. Ooh, nice. Yeah, it could be decent for like a Scorn setup. Let's turn back on here. Should be good. Hot take, pixels are better than Dan Hips. That is a pretty hot take. I don't know that it's entirely accurate, but it's a hot take for sure. Some of the Dan Hips, yes. And I think Dan Hip, he has so much art that it's almost a little bit overdone to a point. And so to a degree, I could maybe understand your take. Go ahead and full send. I'm gonna do Demon, do Nico to the right. We'll turn our Grandmaster into a Demon, but it's gonna retrigger one of these two. So sad. Someone already needs timeout. It's gotta, you know, sometimes we need some time to think about what we've done. We could retrigger Misery, but I don't think we necessarily want to or need to. I almost would rather just like Sandra Sentinel. This right lane is kind of weak. Could also just Misery. Retrigger this. Keep the... it goes up positive 10 in this left lane. And then we have a Demon to use alongside Hawk next turn. Maybe that's the direction I'll go. Oh my goodness, everybody needs a timeout this morning. What did he start? What did he start indeed? Okay, so... Six more potentially do it. Maybe. Give that a shot. Everybody getting timed out today. You guys are wilding on a Tuesday. The chat is empty soon? No kidding. The chat is going to be completely gone. It's alright. We'll get it all out of the way early. That way when the card comes out, you guys can be on your best behavior. Mockingbird? Mockingbird, maybe Sasquatch since they played the Mysterio early. Captain, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. At least I got some work for once. You sure did, Angel. Yeah, I'm just ready to go. What seems to be the kerfuffle? Man, everybody is just going crazy today. We have to time out everyone.
Victory.
Toa hanging in there like the sole survivor. Is Makari worth the tokens? Makari is great value, but she's a super boring card. And so like in certain builds, she's great. Like she's definitely usable. My goodness, we may need to increase the timeout cost. You guys are crazy. Mbinski said, glad to see you playing this deck. I need to learn how to play it better. Yeah, so Jet was the one that was running it, or the first one that I saw kind of navigating it. And I really liked it yesterday on stream. I ended up going like 61, 62% win rate with it. It's a little bit tough for me to find out the like snap lines, because it's one that could very easily, like, you don't have a lot of power that you're putting out. You have to just kind of trust in the disruption that you're adding onto their deck. And then Marmon with the snap, you tried to sneak it in there, but I saw it. Feels she calling a card boring and swearing at it? No, I think value-wise, I think value-wise, Makari is great, because she's always just like a free 4 power that you're getting on the board. You clear up your hand a little bit, so things like Gwynpool can benefit from having it. It's not exciting. It's never gonna just like change the dynamic of the game. I'm allowed to raise it. Yeah, you can raise it. Maybe we push it up to like 1,000. Oh, raise it to 5 minutes. Ooh. And then Get Him Dairy said, oh, I just played against the dude you timed out, and he emote spammed the whole time, then lost. I mean, he was timed out. He needed some time to really think through what he was doing. And then with Fwank, we have the snap request against the Arsham player with the Arsham thumb avatar. Such a strange avatar. We can double up on the next card we play. Let's... Or we can just go ahead and hit it with like a Grandmaster onto the Iceman. I think I'm just going to go Nico. Just a single extra copy. Yeah, and against Arisham with a Hawk in hand is pretty good. Drop start again today? Did they change something? Because drop started they were set to start on the 18th. So unless they changed something dramatic and rolled it back, a couple more days. They changed Limbo on us. I guess let's go ahead and go Grandmaster. I thought about my choices hard. And again. Oof. Staying busy. D-Sout said, what do you think of using Symbiote instead of Phoenix Force? Seems like it's really hard to get the destroy trigger. I like Phoenix Force as, one, it's a flexible amount of power. Two, you can do some really interesting things with like the misery. So like here, it can sacrifice a Cassandra and then bring it back later on. 5, 6, 7, 8. And then it's that mobile card, so it'll be hard for them to tell exactly where it's going to end. Yeah, so the new game mode comes out. It should be at the reset time for tomorrow.
Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place.
The Viper is interesting. They did get power over here, but they gave us a 6-power Valentina in the left. Let's go ahead and Hood. I'm going to go Phoenix Force to resummon the Cassandra Nova. That will negatively afflict them 1 additional time here. Yeah. I know that Cyclops is like down here somewhere. Like it's in its palm. But just the actual avatar itself doesn't really depict what's going on. From what I've seen, Dexter uses the deck.
Be controlled.
Ooh, we got sniped with the Shang-Chi, which is unfortunate. So they went over here. I think we just do this. Run out of space a little bit. Stream snipe? Nah, I think it's just probably a... I don't know. I feel like they probably had a good guess that since I sacrificed Cassandra, that Phoenix Force was coming. Epoch for last? Yeah, I agree. So they did grab initiative off of that, which is fortunate for them. Maybe. This brings us up to 26. So we win this lane. Ooh, and Eliath though? No, Eliath wouldn't do it. Eliath, they'd be, what, 7? So even if we got hit with an Eliath, we'd be okay. Doesn't even look like a Phoenix Force deck. Yeah, it doesn't. I think that's the... so Phoenix Force is definitely a tech for the misery side of this. Thought Miss Marvel went off for a second. They stacked 2 4s over there, though.
Victory.
Yeah, so Phoenix Force really helps with like an additional Black Widow, an additional set of double rocks. Sometimes it's double Cassandra Nova, but... So that snap ended up being clutch for us. I'm actually going to save these 2 until rollover. I'll claim them next week in a couple hours. Good thing they're an Arshan player. It is a good thing they're an Arshan player. And on the YouTube side, Mars said, I mean, you're the one with the Wong out. That's true, Mars. Like the other avatar was wrong. but mine was Wong. Rio, welcome in. Blaze, do Arsham splits transfer to the random cards now? It should. I believe it said so in the patch notes that it should function that way. Next week in a couple hours. Yeah. Yeah. I'll do it. I'll do it next week when it rolls over in a couple hours. I was playing this deck the other day. It seems strong, but you run into a lot of mirrors. Yep. This deck is kind of the new flavor. It's kind of an interesting twist or take on Misery, on a card that is otherwise kind of struggling. It's an interesting take on it for sure. I hope you have a great stream. Are you excited for Scorn? I'm getting excited for Scorn. I don't know that it just revolutionizes discard, but maybe there might be a chance that it just restructures how our normal discard decks are played. But it's going to be interesting to see if there's any like offshoots of discard that kind of rise up. And then Onik, welcome in. Kino, hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Jet cooked? Yeah, Jet cooked incredibly well with this deck. Blue Marvel flip was fantastic for him. So next turn we can either... Rockslide's great. We could Black Widow rotate. Let's go ahead and just outright play Black Widow. It's either that or we do our one-cost cards. So we have a better chance of drawing back into Hawk, into Misery, into Widow. I think we do this instead. Cranky Pancakes and might watch your stream to see how Scorn does before pulling the trigger myself. Hopefully it's one that is easier to slot in. Like Misery is definitely struggling, but like this deck that Jet cooked up feels amazing for Misery. So hopefully it's one that is shown off and is able to shine a little bit earlier. Hadouken said, I think it's cool you might get to play Apocalypse and Dracula at Scorn. Yeah, that could be kind of cool. Depending on how big they get. I don't know if they work together or not. Yeah, they did. Yeah, she's going up to 4 or 8, which is a nice little touch. I think I'm going to double send in the left lane. We could do Misery, I guess. Kind of like that more. We can do Misery. Maybe we flip into Phoenix Force right off the bat and re-summon the Rock Slide. Grandmaster right to get 8 power to Nico. Yeah, that's true. And it'd be the guaranteed hit to push it up to 8. Actually be 10 power in Lake Hellas in the mid. I really want to use Silver Samurai. Yeah, Silver Samurai is the underutilized discard card. And I don't know if he makes the cut in this one or not. Or I don't know if he makes the cut in discard deck still or not. Maybe Dak in discard. There's a spot for him. Cheatable Nico is a thing. It was crazy. It is indeed crazy. Misery can be very awkward to play. So you need some kind of really big payoff from it. Not necessarily always being able to like just like mill a card. That's not always going to be enough. So let's go ahead and we go Phoenix Force here. We go Spider Ham rotation, and we do the Phoenix Force just in case we flip back into Misery. I want the Rock Slide instead. And then next turn we have the Grandmaster pushing Nico into mid. We have Phoenix Force potentially over to the left. Then Cassandra Nova is going to be huge in the right lane. I like Misery with Hood mostly. Yeah, that combination feels incredible. Boosty, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. So were there no card updates? It didn't look like it in the patch, no. we have our rock slide coming back for even more disruption. Wait, did they add more data mined cards? Wait, what do we have right here? What is this card? Oh, it's Hawk. Okay. Interesting Hawk indeed. This ends up being 11 power. So 17, 18, 19. Let's do this. I don't think we even need to move the rock slide. We just win left. Yeah. I was wondering what they've data mined. I haven't checked out the mines yet. You evil man, you really love enjoying these or you really love these evil decks, don't you? I do indeed. This one is right up my alley. Jet absolutely cooked with it for sure. You got any God splits? I actually haven't split anything yet, Boosty. I need to, but I just haven't yet. So we'll take the retreat. You're gonna get a lot of retreats with this deck, but fun nonetheless. Does discard ever cut Swarm? That's what I was wondering as well. Not the like Mobius. It wouldn't cut the like Mobius in the Mobius Collector version, but maybe in like a Wong Mystique version. Swarm was typically just the discard target, and so maybe it's that you cut it for Swarm or for Scorn instead. I'm feeling so toxic as drop ranks constantly from bad draws. Ooh, Meltdogkin. Yeah, sometimes that just needs to. Sometimes I just need a break whenever I'm having like bad draws that bad. And then Johnson, how's the streaming going? It's going well, Johnson. Hopefully you're having a great day. I'm excited for the new card release. I'm excited to stream High Voltage tomorrow, and then probably High Voltage tomorrow and Thursday, I would imagine. See if we can blitz through all of the rewards for it, and then on Friday would be drops starting again. And so super excited for this upcoming week of content. And then T Greenithy, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So let's just go ahead and destroy, I guess, Iceman. It's either that or we wait a turn. We go Cassandra Nova into the destroy into Phoenix Force. Yeah, go ahead and play it a little bit patient. We'll wait. Malekith is 4/6. Text is on reveal, add a 1, 2, or 3 cost card from your deck here. It reveals at the end of the game. Interesting. And so like it pulls it from your deck? If so, that's pretty cool. All right, let's go ahead and destroy the rock slide. And I don't want to play into Hotel Inferno. We want to keep as many of the cards there as possible. We'll destroy the rock slide. We'll draw into more. And then Phoenix Force can come down next turn, add more disruption.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
We can see from there. And then T Greenithy 1080p streaming. I adjusted the bit rates a little bit to see if I could figure out why it wasn't. I think my bit rate was set too high, and so it wasn't doing the 1080 streaming for whatever reason. All right, let's go ahead and go a Phoenix Force. Either Phoenix Force or we go Black Widow. We can always go Korg, Black Widow. Grandmaster, Cassandra Nova. And then AJ, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Aloy said, how do rewards work for High Voltage? On the surface, it seems like 3 rounds of going nuts with energy. Yeah. So I don't recall seeing any mentions of negative progress. Not that I've seen. So unless they added something in, I haven't seen anything about like negative progress. All right, let's re-trigger the Black Widow. Wait, what was the last card I played? Was it Black Widow or was it Korg? Can't remember. So it might be safer to just do like Iceman Phoenix Force. In case they have like an arrow, a cannonball. But... oh, and actually, we triggered the Scream this way. I don't know that we want to go Grandmaster. Okay, Polaris, we're going to re-trigger the Nico, which is going to destroy our Misery, unfortunately. Very miserable. I'm going to be honest, unless your deck is built around Malekith. What is the 1, 2, 3 going to do on the final turn? It kind of depends. If it thins it, I think it's probably fine. My goodness, we have nothing on the board now. That was unfortunate that it re-triggered the Nico. We're going to give him the 2. And then it's time for a quick set of ads as we're ramping up. And so as they're figuring out their last play, we're going to jump over into a minute and a half ads. I'm going to run get some more water because I forgot to fill up beforehand. And so then we'll be right back. Series drop announced? Really, Josie. Let's check that out before we go to break. So for game news... Oh, okay. I was going to pull it up on Discord and show you guys, but it's just they're announcing that it's coming with the December update. So they're referencing a December update. I'm wondering if that's when we're going to get snap packs, which might be a new like direction towards card acquisition. I can hope. Somebody can hope. The TLSG Hydrate? Oh, I did not, Vian. Gamer, you said I expected Misery, but didn't realize the Nico would kill it until after. Yeah. Whenever you pulled the Nico over, we had no shot at that point. Good game as always, Gamer. So it's an announcement of an announcement. Yeah. I think so, Sloth. But I'm okay with it because that means more cards are going to drop. Hopefully they drop some of the pretty good ones that have been there for a long time. Like. I don't think they could ever drop Kang though. He's just too impactful for the game that I don't think they could. I don't think the game could stay healthy if everybody had access to Kang. All right, we're gonna go ahead and jump over into the minute and a half of ads. We'll be right back. They should move Kang up to Series 6. I like the way that I like where your head's at. Is Misery worth it? I don't know. Sometimes you learn a lot from Misery. Like sometimes you have to go through like the rough stuff to really appreciate the good stuff when it's there. So I would say Misery is probably a necessary evil. As far as the card, she's okay. She has a pretty low win rate in general, and so most of the combos and decks that you put her in are pretty lackluster or pretty clunky. But something like this feels really, really smooth with it. And so I think it kind of depends on what you like to what you like to play. And then Quincy, you said played a Scream deck 3 times in a row with this deck. Got bodied. Never pulled Misery at the right time. Yeah, and with them being able to adjust where your cards are, it's really, really tough. And then Say Win said positive vibe checks. Am I in the right place? You are indeed a Say Win. Positive vibes all around. Just join the stream. Did Scorn come out? Scorn comes out in about an hour and a half. Your move feels so bad. Mill and push decks wreck you. Yeah, they can. I think sometimes like pure move decks can hold their own against push decks. But mill decks, depending on what they pull, yours can be rough. Misery is my new favorite card. Yeah, she's a card that I think is really fun from like a build around perspective. And so I don't have any issues with her at all. We're going to send them like 1,000 Icemen. Ardrick, you said, hey TLSG, I tried your Wiccan Galactus deck again yesterday. And it seems like the Zabu change killed it. I think it definitely disrupts the cohesiveness of it. Or the consistency of it quite a bit. All right, let's go Black Widow. If we can keep priority, then we don't have to worry about the Cosmo coming down, stopping the Misery. Unless they Cosmo in mid this turn, I guess. No, Vulture. Okay, so we're fine. 4-8 to Misery. Misery has some really bad stats right about now, and so it's. I don't know that I would say it's not necessary. But I also don't know that it changes much for her because with a card that's destroying other cards. Typically, like 1 point of power, like you're losing, what, 7 here? For playing her, I'm losing 7. And so it's just getting a big enough payoff from like that destruction. Vibes are so positive till she doesn't take advantage of Hotel Inferno. Most of the time I do, Fireball. With this deck in particular, I tend to not because we're wanting to increase the junk in their deck versus thin it out. No, what are we doing? What are we doing? We go Phoenix Force here. Phoenix Force could hit... Wait, it could hit Grandmaster, which wouldn't be great. Grandmaster, Korg, Iceman, Black Widow. So in that case, I'm going to play it over to the left. We potentially re-trigger Nico. I don't think it's the stats that make her bad. Isn't Odin a 6-8? Yeah, I think Odin is a 6-8. It's just the impact of the ability.
I found the rock.
Wait. Can we win? No. No, we can't win. So since they have Madam Web, like we can move this here. That brings us up to 9. If they move something out, they would have to move... Yeah, they just have more power than us. Unless we got incredibly lucky and they just didn't move anything, which I don't see being likely. Oppress, how are the games going? So hyped for Scorn in the patch. I'm excited for Scorn. The games are going pretty well. And I actually haven't checked out any of the data mines for the recent patch. So something called Lasher is interesting. All right, so I'm actually going to pull these up because I want to go through them. Typically, I look at them, and I haven't been able to yet. So. So for the new cards, we have Frigga going from a 4-6 to a 3-3. Add a copy of the last card you played to your hand if able. So I think her going down to a 3 cost is super interesting. One, not only does it fit into Surfer, but 4 cost cards are typically very clunky to use. And so she curves into a better like turn 4, turn 5 play, even if she's 3 cost now. It just fits in a little bit easier. But 3-3 I think is great for that ability. So like you could create a copy of at 3-3, you could create a copy of Thor, of Beta Ray, and then you're hoping for something else. I think there's some interesting things you can do with it, even outside of like the Hammer Bros though. Like just Silver Surfer stuff will be good. And then Gore went from a 6 -3 to a 6 -1. Wow. Interesting that they added power prematurely because I feel like he's going to be crazy with how many on reveals we have right now. Frigga with double Surfer Odin could be crazy. You could copy Dakin as well. But it seems wild that Gore goes up from a -3 to -1, especially with how many ways we have to like kind of cheat it out onto the board. +2 is great for Gore. Yeah, I agree. Gore's I think is going to be really, really crazy. But maybe it's a strong enough ongoing that we start seeing like Super Scroll and things that potentially counter Gore. Then we have King Eitri. Went from give the next card you play +4 power, which was, especially at 5 costs, was super underwhelming, to a 1 cost 2 power. Activate, draw a card that didn't start in your deck. So, I mean, that's great for the hammers. That gives you a backup line to, wow, even play something like Beta Ray on 4 or 5 with King Eitri already down. You can activate it. You pull that hammer out immediately. You could also use it for Thanos decks. I think it'll be decent to draw out those stones. Kind of like it now, much more than the 5/3. At 5/3, he felt super underwhelming. And then Laffy goes from up to a 4/5. On reveal, still 1 power from each other card here. I think for a single trigger, I don't know that that's crazy strong. I feel like he'll be a little bit underwhelming if that's where he ends up, outside of like potential like really heavy like Wong stuff. Laffy and Afflict. Affliction, yeah, I think could fit him with like the Abomination stuff. You think he looks cracked? Wait, what am I missing other than maybe the Affliction stuff? Negative Surfer alternative? So I guess what you're adding to your side, he's also great at enabling Ajax, I think, just outside of it. 416. So I guess the question would be, if you have Luke Cage down, does he steal from your cards as well? Like, does he still add that power? But I guess otherwise he's what, a 4/9? 4/9 plus another 4, so I guess it's 4/14. Okay, never mind. I may have undershot it. Because 4, you get the 4 power on your end, so he goes to 4/9 at max. Their end, it's another -4 on their side, so it's 4/13. Okay, yeah, never mind. I think he's probably going to be pretty good. He's like a different alternative to like Man-Thing or US Agent. Luke doesn't block steel cards. Ooh, so if you have Luke Cage, it can get even crazier on your end? Never mind. I take back what I said. I think he's going to be crazy. We're going to see a lot of Luke Cage, but at least he scales on his end. Yeah, he hurts you too. But my question was, with Luke Cage down, would he still get the power scaling, even though it doesn't reduce your power? Which I think he does. And even if not, it's just kind of transferring from your other 3 cards there to him. So I think it'd be okay. And then Malekith went from 0/0 to 4/6. Yep. I mean, add a 1, 2, or 3 cost card from your deck here. And so it acts as kind of a mid-game deck thinner to a degree, if it's taking that from your deck and then placing it somewhere. And then as long as you get foresight of what card she had placed down, I think it could be pretty interesting. It's like a one-sided super giant. I think she might seem awkward in some builds, but I feel like there could be some cool uses for her. And then Surtur? Probably butchered the name. From a 2/2 to a 3/5. After you play a card with 10 plus power, this game's +3. Okay, so it got a little bit of a change. 3 cost, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's kind of like a gladiator without the ability for it to pull cards. And so a decent stat line if you're running like a big body deck anyways. I think it'll be okay. I don't think that one will be revolutionary, but I think it'll play and it'll see play. Knowing my luck, I'll draw all my 1, 2, and 3s before I play him. Before you play Malekith, like you could probably use it in what, Surfer? Help thin your deck a little bit. If you don't pull Surfer from it, then at least you have a better chance of drawing Surfer after that. He said, interesting, he's not ongoing. If I play Hawk at +10 and he drops, I assume the power gain stacks. Oh, wait. I wasn't thinking of this in terms of being able to get multiple. I was thinking of it like a one-time effect. But it doesn't say that. So you could potentially play this in like a really big body deck and go up from 3-8 to 3-11. It could get really crazy really fast. Scar gets free with Surtur on the board. Yeah. I think this with Scar and then the other big bodies. So like maybe we run like Coal Obsidian. Maybe it fits in a Namora deck to be able to scale those cards. But Surtur, I think, can get really crazy really fast. Moon Girl big body would be fun. I like all of these cards. I think they all have a unique like angle to them that can shift around some of the decks that are played. Not necessarily just like plug and play like we had with like Madam Web. Madam Web was very strictly or very straightforward. This is going to go and move. I think this creates some interesting like dynamics of how are we going to build them and what deck is it going to make because they're available. Return of She-Not could be a Moon Girl, She-Hulk style deck. The only bad thing is Taskmaster got bumped up to 6, and so if you're doing the Shuri stuff, and then we have a whole bunch of flares and borders. We have a couple new variants. Oh, updated variants. So these were already available. Future season pass stuff, but not a whole lot else. We have Red Guardian coming back. We have Valentina and Thena. So those that miss Thena have another chance to pull it soon. Then we have Fenris, which is going to be such a crazy card. Legion coming back. And new variants. I don't remember the Lasher card. Oh, I guess it maybe got updated a couple months ago. Or like mined a couple months ago. So afflict an enemy card here with negative power equal to this card's power. That would be crazy, but I'm down on Surtur now. Yeah. I think Surtur could be pretty good. Initially looking at it, I wasn't super impressed, but I do think he's gonna have a pretty cool place. So not a huge patch, or like as far as data mines go, not a whole bunch of new stuff, but the stuff that we got, I think, was pretty good. Gave us a good picture of like the next couple of seasons. Third is the season pass card too. Being the season pass card, I think, is even better. Flasher on Odin Namora. Oh yeah, true. And so you bump him up, and it negatively flicks the opponent. It's Scotty, you said I'm a free-to-play Scar main, and I can't get him. You will. It'll just take a while. Cypher, you said you're still mad at Google Play. What happened with Google Play? Is the deck actually good? I've been having a good time with it. Let me look at the stats. It's hard to snap with it appropriately because it's really hard to gauge like how much impact you've had. But I'm hovering after 21 games. I'm hovering around a 58% win rate. And that's definitely not playing it optimally. Also, I don't know if y'all saw, but yes, Groovy. I saw that the drops were coming. They don't have the list of what cards are impacted yet. But can you try it in Conquest? What, this deck? I think this deck would probably be fine. So how's Scorn? Well, for Scorn and 7 years ago, I hadn't unlocked Scorn yet. We have Scorn in about an hour and 20 minutes. Welcome in, Aeon, or the Aeon. Hopefully you're having a great day. Mighty Mo, I've been playing this list, but with Echo and Shadow King instead of Ham and Iceman. Yeah, I think Shadow King has some interesting usage right now, and then Echo can be, I think, pretty great as well. All right, let's go ahead and... I'm just going to go, I guess, Black Widow. Even if we don't have Misery, we could potentially stage the Phoenix Force depending on what Nico's spell is and what we draw next turn. TLSG, the last sarcastic gamer. I do get a little sarcastic sometimes. I always try to bring it back really quickly so that no one thinks I'm actually mad at whatever it is. I couldn't buy my Agent Venom because Google Play wasn't accepting the play cards. Yeah, Google Play, I've had some instances in the past where it was just kind of tough to... Where like I bought a gift card and then they wouldn't add it to the account. And then they wouldn't really give me any kind of indication as to why. So I ended up just returning the gift cards because it was a big issue. And then Matt with the, or Maddie with the hydrate reminder, I appreciate you. Who do I have to thank for having to face this deck that you're playing all the time suddenly? Oh, well, that was the danger room. Jet, or I used to pronounce it Jeet because it's a lot of E's, but I've been told yesterday his name is pronounced Jet. We can re-summon... they did play their pig, right? We can re-pig another one of their cards. I don't know that it's good enough to win, but Phoenix Force will revive the Grandmaster. We can potentially shift that over into Danger Room. Lovely. I hate him. This is kind of a diabolical cook. So with the negatives that they're throwing over here, I'm wondering if they're going to have, like, Ajax or something else. They only have one card in hand. Poppycat. Okay, so it comes down to whatever they draw. So something like... something like this. 5, 6, 7. If they play the Copycat. As long as they didn't draw something above that, we're good. Order. Thank you. Order in the chat. Order in the chat. Thank you, guys. Rock slide first. Yeah. Better than the true Phoenix Force Destroy. What, this one? All right, so big Ajax. I guess we should have taken a risk on the right lane. The Ajax draw at the very end, the 1 out of 12. It was a 1 out of 12 for them to draw the Ajax there, and they hit it, unfortunately. Oh well, that's fine. What are the odds Cassandra Nova is obtainable from Deadpool's dinner second time around? I would say probably not great. I think they'll throw another new card into Deadpool Diner 2.0. That's what my gut tells me. And so she'll probably end up being in maybe a Spotlight Cash rotation at some point, or tokens. We have an Avatar Redemption, the nastiest pixel avatar you own. All right, we can do that. We have quite a few. Our list is pretty extensive. I'm something of a collector of pixel avatars. The one that I always think is the like most atrocious. Wait, where did it go? This one. I always kind of enjoyed the Sabretooth. He looks so surprised to be there. Like he's like, how did we get here? The Helicarrier? The Helicarrier one, I don't mind. I think Odin is also kind of interesting because it looks like he has like really, I don't, for some reason, like really big eyebrows compared to what he actually does. The M'Baku one is a crowd favorite for sure. I honestly don't really mind the Sunspot one. The Hazmat one looks fine. These two look okay. Korg is a little bit blurry. Like comparing Korg and the amount of pixelation to the Helicarrier is crazy. So did T Greenathy? He said do Helicarrier? All right, we'll do the Helicarrier. Lady Sif? The Lady Sif one, it looks like, you know, like those, like the animes where they close their eyes and it's just like a, kind of like an in for the eye slots, for like the happy smile. It kind of looks like that. We'll do the Helicarrier. He said leader is the worst. It's hardly even a face. Yeah. The morph one was fine. The morph one was fine. I always thought cards hit by Iceman should have some kind of token when played. That would be nice, because like you don't ever necessarily know if it was impacted or if they were playing off curve. And so yeah, looks like the old JRPG Secret of I don't know if it was Mana or Mana, but that game was incredible. I played it way back then. Another one I can think in a similar vein, probably more updated was Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger was one that was really fun to play as well. And then Pancake with the snap. Oh no, we're going against I think a negative deck or it's a Hammer Bros deck, and so we'll see how we do. Let's go Rock Slide. We do have the Misery on 4, Phoenix Force on 5 line. He said Chrono. What a game. Chrono was great. It was such a good one. I think it was a little bit ahead of its time, just with how like in depth it was. Are we getting more Twitch drops? We are. We are getting more Twitch drops on the 18th. So Pablo, I'm pasting through your link. And then Darren said, hot take, streamers should use base cards. It took me ages to figure out the Black Widow card because it was hard to read from her name. I know that Regis does that for quite a bit. And so I don't think you're too far off base. It might be kind of nice just to do like the base artwork, so they're easier to identify, especially if you're a newer viewer or newer player. So I actually haven't split anything yet, Aeon. And so I need to split a couple of things. Like I think Rock Slide is probably one that's high up there on my list because I use it all the time. We can get a really cool like Korg, Rock Slide, Black Widow, Misery line. Snap. Absolutely whiff. I'll snap for you. I split 5 times and got 1 gold. But of those 5, were they all where they've been split like at least 3 other times before that? Because if I remember right, you're not eligible for like the gold or black and white until after 4, right? All right, let's go Rock Slide left. Oh, they were? Ooh, just unlucky. So I think it's a mirror is what it seems like. Chrono Trigger, you said if you have not played it, please do so. I mean, people here, not you. Okay. Okay, Pablo. I guess let's go ahead and... we do an early Misery? Yeah, we're going to add as much just junk as we can.
I found the rock.
As fast as we can. The duplicate of the Cassandra Nova was pretty nice, though.
Hey man, I'm cook.
I feel there should have been some compensation for the boosters used with decreased split odds. I could see that argument. Aren't great. I probably should have held off on Misery. Used it on 4 so that way I could do like Hood plus Misery. Be able to get the double demons. I'm gonna do Spider Ham for now. Is today the day after the patch when the splits? Yeah, so the increased split rate is already now. It's already live, and so no Misery for him, which is great. You can double up on 1 power, bring it up to 2. You can do Cassandra Nova. We could also hide Hawk into the right lane. And then maybe we're looking at like, Cassandra Nova Grandmaster next turn. How do you play Nico in Dream Dimension? Yeah, he played it on turn 2 before it revealed. It's not bad. We go 13 power here. We go Nico. This is 6. 7, 13, 14. If they don't play anything into Morag, we might have a shot. Otherwise, I think we're cooked. Because if they're doing Hawk, I think they play Hawk here. Unless they already played Hawk here. I'm gonna shoot for mid. So far, so good. I didn't play mid, so as long as my math checks out, he should be okay. The big Cassandra Nova coming in at 7 power. Plus plus that little tipping point in the Black Widow. My goodness.
Victory.
Pigged. Hawk with the neon border seems likely, yeah. Math is OP indeed. But it is time for a quick set of ads, and then when we come back, I will split. I think Rockslide is probably the closest in line. Make sure that it's split a handful of times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll split Rockslide and see if we can get a good split on Rockslide after we come back from the break. I'll take Marvel Snap players should not be allowed to do math. It's true. You should just go with intuition and gut and play the cards where they fall. And then Whiff said, great early snap. It was indeed. It's like my chat had my chat had my back. They were looking out for me. We're going to run to a quick set of ads. We'll be back in a minute and a half. I'm not going to go anywhere this time, but we will be right back. It looks like we're running a... Are we running a prediction on it? So, Angel, you weren't here. You weren't here yesterday, but Pilk did a prediction on my very first game of will we win or lose this first game? And it resulted in a tie. One of the rare ties I've ever seen. And so everyone just got refunded. Darren, it was a joke. No, you're okay, Darren. I know that Regis does go that direction with his cards. Like he uses the base, so that they're easier to see. And then Jonas, TLSG, have you seen the new card leaks? Yes, I did. King Eatery seems super good with Hammer Bros. And then maybe some additional cards, maybe with Thanos, and there might be a few other things that shuffle cards into your deck that you can use to pull it out. And so that if there's ever a Hearthstone-esque card where it's shuffle this card in, when drawn, double this card's power or anything like that, then they go hand in hand for sure. Echoes, good game as always. And so for the prediction, we have just a little bit longer. and a lot of people are leaning into the gold Kirby Crackle. I think we should split the... I'm going to split the Winter Vacation one again. That's my favorite one. We could have just played another round. Yeah. No, after that, we just ended the stream. It was over. But no, we could have played another round. But wait, hey, the variant to go with the avatar. We brought about some luck. What are the chances of that? Danny said, spending all my points here. Counting on you, man. We're gonna do our very best. Yeah, and it's an album one too, so it pushes us up to 5 out of 9. Look at it. Oh. So we're 5 out of 9. And so we're 1 away from Pixel Dracula. All right, we still have a little bit of time left. We actually have a pretty good spread between Gold, Ink, Kirby, and the others. So you have a little bit more time to... Come on, I need another timeout. Need a lot more timeouts. Pablo, you said, I'll be back. I have a 1v1 Marvel Snap lesson time. I help people reach infinite. Nice, Pablo. That's nice of you to go out of your way for it. And then Angel, you said, by the way, you want to check the deck list when you find time? Yeah, I will. And so we're almost there. We'll wait just another minute or so. But Angel, the list that they shared is interesting. It's Zabu, Gwynpool, Sarah, like Misery, Control. How's it been working for you? You have a backup line, so like if the Control isn't something that ended up working out well, it would be fine. Binsky said, I got a God Split hood with Inked and Black Crackle. Cool combo. Wait, is Black Crackle a thing now? It wasn't around for a while, right? If so, maybe we can get a Black Crackle. Oh wow. So the others made a big comeback. Okay, and then someone just invested heavily into the Gold Ink Kirby. I think it's so interesting that I can see which direction you voted for. So like, will we win or lose? I can see those that said no. Got a Black Crackle the other day. Ooh, on an Inked Surfer is incredible, Mo. It's just the worst Crackle. Oh, is it? Is it really? All right. So I think the prediction is done. We're gonna go ahead and split. See what we end up with. So it's not a gold background, but it is a Kirby Crackle. Wait, it's no background. That can happen? No, it's a gold finish. You're right. It is a gold finish. It is huge. I thought it was the base background. I apologize, guys. It is gold background. And so it is the God Split. Such a good one. It's the God Split indeed. That's a good one. And so that goes alongside my Debris incredibly well. I'm rich. All right, let's set that one. Let's go ahead and set it up.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Scooter MCD, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. So many points for timeouts. Yeah, we got a lot coming around soon. That brings us up to, that's actually our first one for the day. So I very much appreciate having you here and appreciate the support. All right, let's go gold crackle with the gold background on the pixel. No, we're not going to pixel. I like the winter vacation one. You said black matte? Gold metallic border? Gold metallic. We also have gold cosmic, which I think pops pretty well. Black cosmic if we want to spin tokens. We don't. Passing out for gold rocks in this economy? We are indeed. Is it silver metallic is your favorite for the contrast? Yeah. Oh, you don't love cosmic on Crackle? Really? I really like it on my debris. You like just like a regular metallic instead? We're not dropping any gold on it right now. Maybe at some point we'll unlock some. So right now we'll just go with the good old fashioned gold on it. So maybe we need to do another one. Split rates are crazy now. I had 3 straight go gold with red crackle. Really Georgie. I didn't realize how many times, or how many splits I had on it. I didn't realize I had 3 golds. Now we just have a better gold. All right, and so for the next one, we'll do it after a game or two. But on 1, 2, 3, this will be the 4th split. So it could be black and white, couldn't it? It's not until the 5th one that it could be gold. We do Cassandra Nova. I haven't split that guy at all. And 1, 2, 3. Be the 4th one for Ham. Really an Iceman much either. All right, I'll do Cassandra Nova next. Cosmic on Crackle, you kind of lost the cosmic particle effect. Gotcha. And so then it kind of feels like a waste. I'll split another one after a game. I'm gonna run the upgraded rock slide, and then we'll go from there. What split is that? What split is? Wait, what split is what? I've got a 50-50 to get Misery. I enjoy Misery, but in a lot of decks she's kind of underwhelming. Such a sick rock slide. We got very, very lucky. I'm very happy with that rock slide. Let's go Nico left. And then Durg with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you always looking out for me. We can destroy the Iceman. I think we wait and destroy the Black Widow though. Two-minute prediction. Yeah, we'll do another split after this one. I'm gonna split Cassandra Nova. She's been split. This will be her 4th time split. So do with that information what you will. We have the beautiful rock slide. Let's go ahead and destroy our Black Widow. Can Cassandra be substituted? I mean, she could be, but she works pretty well to like be resummoned to negatively afflict. I'm not sure exactly what would be like a 1-for-1, but I think she could be okay. Let's go Korg, Rock Slide. I don't know if we even do Misery on 5 with the Dream Dimension, so maybe it's more like this. turn, we can always maybe Grandmaster, or just go Cassandra Nova instead. The fourth split with these rates, it's going Ink for sure.
Hey, I found a rook.
Actually, prefer cards like Scream and Misery that enable new, yeah. As compared to like White Widow that was strong and everything. I think I even like Misery better than something like Madam Web. I think Madam Web gets more usage, but Misery creates something new entirely. They have a lot of energy here with Hope Summers. I think we Cassandra to one of the sides. Like with the double Dream Dimension was super rough. I think we Cassandra to one of the sides. We do Hawk into mid, plus like an Iceman to either left or right next turn. God, you're gonna have to go soon. That is unfortunate. Hawk solo wins the throne. It could. They may be pretty content in their Sage play here. So it could. Just comes down to winning one of the other ones. Because they could always move out the Sage and do like an Alliath. I'm not really sure what deck Stimpy is running. I don't think they'd have Alliath. Maybe it's an Iron Man type play. I stand by Dream Dimension on my locations. I delete or I detest. Okay. Reading is tough. Yeah, Dream Dimension is one that's just not ever like super fun. So Stimpy with the well placed Sage movement.
I am Iron Man.
Fortunate. Do you usually like to play discard, or are you just gonna quickly brew for YouTube? Discard is one that it's kind of like destroy for me. I think it's typically pretty decent, pretty strong, but I don't play it a whole lot because it's been the same for ages. And so I think it may be one that with Scorn, it kind of reinvigorates that. But the last few card releases, I've brewed and tested around the card, but I didn't actually post anything on YouTube because I didn't feel like there was a deck that stood out good enough that was like, this is a cool like utilization for it. So like all of the mill stuff with Misery or like the clutter stuff, it felt clunky in practice, and so I didn't post a video on it. Stimpy, a good game. Good call out with the Sage move. Unfortunate, but very well played. Yeah, so the new split rates are already in game. They're already valid. So we send them a bunch of rocks here, and we kind of revive our hand. So 3, 6, 7. They're gonna double up on their deck size here. They are running, I think, a Hella deck because we hit their blink. They played Blade, but we're gonna try to disrupt the chance that they draw into those big things. Unfortunate.
Victory.
I started playing Destroy lately since I bought all the Momoko variants, and I love it now. Yeah, Destroy is one that doesn't get talked about a lot, but it's still very viable. It does suffer a little bit to like some Shadow King stuff sometimes, but for the most part, unless Cosmo, Armor, and Shadow King are all super relevant, Destroy is usually in a pretty good spot. Oh, we have a prediction going. Ooh, thank you. And then Notorious, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Hopefully you are doing well as well. All right, let's go ahead and split the Cassandra. Yeah. So with the patch, I didn't see any card changes from it. I think it was just more of a like setting up for bigger things moving forward, or bigger changes moving forward. How many splits does Cassandra have? This will be the fourth one. So we have 1, 2, 3. This will be 4. 2, 3. It'll be the 4th split. My points are gone? No, you've got this one, Scotta. It's a black and white. Trust. Not a black and white. I don't have enough to split her again, unfortunately. I told you. Yeah, F. We got the prism. We got the other. Those that were naysayers are reaping the rewards right now. Let's see. Any of these that we can upgrade? Gambit. How many times have I split Gambit? 1. Only 2 on him. Oh, Surfer. Have I never split Surfer? 1, 2. Wow. Only 2 times on Surfer. Dakin? Nope. Strong guy? Probably not. Brood? Maybe. Yeah, we'll do Brood. I mean, but I like the purple with the purple crackle. One, 2. Yeah, we'll do Brood next. I'll split a Brood after this. So if we wanted to do another prediction, we can. What are the brews for high voltage? The brews for high voltage, I think, are going to be super interesting. I think some underutilized cards get some really cool applications. And so you know that I'm going to be rocking an Adam Warlock deck to try and get the extra card draw with the extra energy. So if we can get Adam Warlock down on 1, huge payoff. Any thoughts on how they'll go about draft mode? I don't. I mean, hopefully they come up with something that is compelling enough. But it seems like maybe they're having some trouble like finding what feels true to Snap while having that draft mode. So I don't know. Honestly, I would even take like a Conquest style like ladder with drafted cards. I think it would stay very similar. But I think it would be interesting because you're just drawing from that preset determined cards instead of just whatever you have available. But I don't know how they ultimately go about it. So we could fulfill this left lane. Get the extra +3 energy? Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Will Adam overturn the two card draw?
Hey man, I'm cool.
Wait, do you draw 2 each turn? Because you'll draw an additional 1 if you're winning the lane with Adam Warlock. So it would be addition to whatever you're drawing. And then Angel said, also, can I motivate you to give my deck a try in high infinite? I can here in a little while. Turn 3, we have quite a bit of reach. We can go ahead and do Misery. Clear this lane up a bit, just in case they, for whatever reason, have any kind of clutter. Yeah, so the next split is Brood. And I've split Brood a good number of times. So they're running a bounce deck with the Sable, the Nico, the Demon.
I found the rock.
Black Widow being a banned card. It is kind of interesting, isn't it?
Victory.
They didn't want any of it. They didn't want any of it at all. Danny said was splitting Brood myself. Hopefully you got a good split out of it. And then the Snap Nation said Grandmaster replacement. I'd say another good value 2 cost. Grandmaster is pretty great with the like disrupt on reveals, but without it, you might just go with another like value like on reveal 2 cost that you might be able to stack. So you might go Cable just to be able to draw some of their cards. It's not going to be like the perfect replacement, but it's probably not going to be bad either. I have a graphic with all the banned cards, locations. Yeah, Yeah, it was interesting that they had a list of banned cards and banned locations, but didn't like even drop just like a quick pause the screen to see all the impacted locations or anything. So definitely was kind of interesting. We lost our Korg. I was trying to figure out. Let's go hood left. Caleb still rocks. True Sarah fan, Sarah. Yeah. Cable would not be good. Just a different value to cost, I suppose. In the past, I would have said White Widow, but now with her ability as it is, I'd say probably not on that one. The Phoenix Force got bumped up to 5 with Iceman, unfortunately. New card is a must-buy if you play discard at all. Maybe. I don't know that it revolutionizes the like regular Apocalypse discard as much as I would like, but it might create some cool like offshoots. So I think it is one that has quite a bit of potential, but we'll see how it ultimately is able to pay off. And then Sweet Monkey Creek with the Prime resub. I clicked activate on my Prime sub for you. Thank you so much, Sweet Monkey. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Very glad you could join us. So they played their pig out. What if we... If we did this, we hit them with another pig. We change the right lane away from Thunderbolt's tower. 1-1. Was that Sable that it hit? Danny said gold incoming, spending everything on this one. Best of luck, Danny. Hopefully it pays off. Let's go ahead and go Black Widow. That way they don't draw going to the final turn. Last turn, I'm going to go like Hawk Demon. But depending on what they can fit to the right, will determine simple. Do we think they have anything else that reaches over in the right lane? I feel like with the Gwynpool deck, they probably don't. Do we want to take a gamble on it, though? Yeah, we'll do the split right after this one, and then we'll have a quick ad break. Rocket? Oh, it was Rocket Raccoon. All right. And so with Beast, I'm assuming that they're a full-on bounce. I don't think they're going to get anything else into the Crimson Cosmos. Ooh, that's true, Angel. Widow's Kiss could have gotten powered up. Right now, if it only got hit once, it would only be a +1. So it would tie us in the Crimson Cosmos. If it got hit twice, it could win that right lane, which would be wild. But we do end up getting the retreat from Panda Sushi. Injury compounds in a high voltage? Yeah. So you could potentially just wait until turn 3 and play it all at once. So it compounds... So what I wasn't sure about with the energy when he said that was... So like if I have 9 on turn 1 and I skip, is it 9 plus whatever else? Or turn 1, 9, I use all of my energy. The next turn I get that 9 plus whatever else is added to it. So I don't know which direction it went. I was a little bit confused by the way that it was like phrased. I could see it going either way. All right, let's go ahead and split Brood. It's been months since I split Brood because I did like the purple Kirby crackle on him, but I think it's time.
Infinity.
The compensation is coming. Compensation for... Did they release another message? Additional compensation for split rate issue beyond the current split rates is being delivered to your inboxes. You may need to restart the game. So Magneto variant and a cosmic rainbow border. Nice. I was not expecting that one, but yeah, we get a rainbow border from it. Now we have our 4th key. We have the guaranteed Scorn pool, plus I'm going to be able to finally unlock Shaw. We're going to go ahead and split this one. See if we get a gold, ink, something good. We get white Kirby Crackle, but not a gold or black and white. We split Brood a handsome number of times, unfortunately. I don't have Shaw? No, I don't have Shaw. But yeah, the split patch is live. You said that's a Kirby? Oh, I forgot. Kirby counts. Yeah, Kirby counts. And so it's not a black and white, it's not a gold, but it is Kirby. And so that one counts for all the yay sayers. What other cards are you missing? I'm missing Shaw and Cull Obsidian. No point for Hydrate? No points for the Hydrate. But just by mentioning it, I did go ahead and hit a Hydrate. I would like to split Gambit a few times. So 1, 2, 3. I've only split him 3 times so far. But I really like this variant that I have for him. Wait, you don't have Shaw? Nope. Since I came back from the 6-month break, Shaw was one of those cards that I intentionally decided to not pick up because he's really great in Surfer. But there's not a whole lot of room outside of that to really like utilize him or experiment with him. And so I just never picked him up for the tokens, but I'll gladly pick him up for with a key. It's a neat Lemon Gambit. Did I have a Lemon Gambit? Posture check from my hand. With all the points flowing around, got points to spend. Oh, this one? Is this the one you called a Lemon Gambit? Shaw might work with Scorn. It could, but I think it might be. I think it might be hopeful. He's in hand buff decks now? Yeah. On his latest video, KM Best was talking about your return when discussing how hard the game can be to come back to catch up. Yeah. Yep. So I had to kind of prioritize what cards I thought were going to be flexible enough to warrant like purchasing. So something like Pixie, where you can really brew something new or different, versus Shaw, where it goes into Surfer. So we're going to jump over the Lemonized one. Venomized one. Venomized. Okay, I read it as lemon, but Venom. That makes more sense. I do like this split a lot. I wasted a border on it for a card that I never play, in hopes that Scorn was going to be good. But we're going to jump over to break real fast. We'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. And then we'll jump back in with a little bit more of this gameplay. Oh, wow. On the YouTube side, we have... we have over half the amount of concurrent viewers on YouTube that we do on Twitch, which is craziness. So I appreciate you guys on the YouTube side. Every little bit helps. And if you prefer YouTube, then by all means, be over on YouTube as well. Vian said the sad thing is, I know if I leave Snap for like a month or two, I'll be behind in cards. Why I'm sadly hooked to the game. Hopefully they develop something that helps that curve for most players. Like, I feel like that's such a tough thing, because with like Hearthstone or any other card game, it kind of has ebbs and flows. Like, you want to be able to play it, and then if you're not feeling it, you want to be able to take a break and then come back to it later. And this one, it doesn't do that. It's very tough to catch back up, and so a lot of times that's enough to just like dissuade you from picking it back up whenever you feel like it. I'm hoping snap packs are something big in terms of like card acquisition. I'm hoping it might be coping, but I am hoping that it's like a really positive change to generate a lot of hype, especially with it being what seems like around December, so around like Christmas break. Could be really good for traction for people that are, you know, out of school and just kind of at home with a little bit of extra time to get people to like pick it up and try. So I don't have the rewards in my inbox yet. I'm sure I will eventually, but copium, yeah, it might be copium. I destroyed Widow's Kiss. Destroyed Widow's Kiss with fourth car in the Game Pros. I haven't seen that bug, but they don't even mention snap packs on the roadmap. They did not, Toast. But we do know that it's been data mined. They've also been kind of referencing a December patch, like as this like for a December update. And so like Griffin on today's announcement said the series drop is coming with our December update. And so I'm thinking the December update is something big outside of, I don't think they would say that if it was just a like a normal patch. Could also still be copium, but copium, hopium, we'll see. He said that's why as much as we enjoy the game and it being a card game, it's a gacha game at heart. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the mechanics and directions are definitely gacha-esque. All right, let's destroy Korg, play out Spider Ham. Next turn would be Black Widow.
Hey man, I'm Korg.
With a weird Silver Sable animation. I hate it so much. I like it. I like whenever she like slowly floats off into the abyss. I don't know why I like it, but I do. All right, so we can go something like Cassandra. Maybe we sneak in a Grandmaster to push it mid. Re-trigger. Kind of like the idea. What if I spend my 20,000 points only on Hydrate? In Drinking Water Marathon? I need to put a limit on how many times Hydrate can be redeemed in a row, apparently. So that's a big Thena. Did we destroy a card? We did. We destroyed Korg. So we could fully commit to the Phoenix Force. Their Kitty Pride is what, 3 power? Could also like could also go for like a little bit lower power output and do something like this. Nico going into mid is 4. We get an extra 2 in the right. Kind of feel like we need to split, but I'm going to lock in with just Phoenix. Maybe not. Changed my mind. I changed my gut. Probably gonna lose. Not the right direction in the end, it seems like. Ooh, wow. Big Titania. We didn't have a chance. No matter any of those plays, we didn't have a shot. Without... Oh, Frey. I missed your snap redemption. I apologize. I can either refund or I can snap on the next game. And then Don Care said, without knowing the December spotlights, it'll be difficult to plan for the November. That's very true. I'm hoping that we don't have the spotlights for December because maybe there won't be spotlights anymore. That's like super copium. But maybe the snap packs replace the key mechanic altogether. I don't know. Vian, you said I refuse to call this game a gacha solely due to how kind they are when it comes to acquiring cards and variants. That's true. Like you at least, a lot of the bundles are kind of predatory, but at least with this you
I found the rock.
can have that agency versus other gacha games where it's just you keep pulling and you may never pull the card that you need or the hero that you need. I need to maybe refresh one more time for the Magneto variant. You said it looks... Oh, snap next game? Okay. No way they replace the spotlight keys? Maybe. Maybe they heard the feedback and are listening. Make the change. It seems unlikely, but maybe. The one explanation I've heard is December is Marvel Rivals. A lot of reasons to believe that. And Rivals didn't want data leaks. Sigh, that could be true. We know that we saw at least a reference to potential like Marvel Snap card crossover with the Rivals release. And so that maybe. That's my issue with Dragon Ball Legends right now. What? Just like pulling endlessly without knowing for sure? Crossover stuff sounds sick. It does. I think we had reference to maybe it was a Galactus skin or something cool, but I do really like the idea of it being a possibility. We can always do Phoenix Force. If we top deck into Misery, we can go ahead and play the Misery out. I'm a little bit afraid of what's behind or what's going to be behind Invisible Woman. So like a Killmonger. Galactus's daughter? Maybe. I know that she's the like commentator kind of person for like the tutorial in Rivals. So maybe there's some kind of cool crossover there. Yeah. Got an early event in Rivals. Somewhat their poster child. Yeah. This isn't bad. We go like Nico, Cassandra. We get a copy of Cassandra. We could also go Hood. I don't think we're going to, though. Because then we're stuck with that -3. Still afraid of what this is going to be. Could be Shadow King, which is why I want to play Cassandra away from it. Not a Shadow King behind the Invisible Woman. In that case, it's probably Monkey, like Hit Monkey. Four, 5, 6, 7. They could scale this lane pretty easily. I think we might lose this one. If they drew the card that they needed. What is a snap pack? We don't know. We don't know, Linja. So there was some data mines around like snap packs being something that was in the game's data on one of the patches. But what we don't know is what exactly that entails. And so my hope is that it is an update to card acquisition. But we don't know. We don't know anything about it. Why do I feel like the Super Premium Pass is coming with like temporary deck slots? The way they hyped up the deck builders. Yeah, that's what someone mentioned yesterday, and I'm a little bit worried if that's the case. But there's a lot of rocks. The Hit Monkey left was the right call there. So if the real Mysterio is mid, the real Mysterio was mid, we lost it. But luckily we got the right call, pushing Hawk over to the right. It looks like Hawk to the left actually would have done it as well, outscaling the Hit Monkey play. And so I'm hoping that the Super Premium Mega Premium Pass is kind of like a regular season pass track, but just ramped up dramatically. So like if the Super Premium is 3 times the cost of the regular, hopefully it's 3 times the rewards. It's like 600 gold, 300 tokens, or 300 credits, 300 credits. Maybe they sneak in some collector's tokens. That way newer players that are wanting a more efficient way to spend their money can get them like maximum progress from spending on that versus like your regular bundles in shop that are kind of rotating. It would give them kind of a funnel to know where to go and what to look for. I admire your optimism. I'm hoping. I'm hoping. So my thought is that the game has been out for a long time now. We have a pretty decent core player base, but the issue now becomes, how do you get people that played and then kind of dropped off? How do you get new players where they don't feel like overwhelmed with how much and how long it's going to take to get all of those things? So I'm hoping that to be able to increase like their KPIs and other metrics, they're looking at that,
Hey,
like
I found a rook.
growing that player base or continuing to expand it versus just milking what we have. Yeah, the premium pass right now, like the extra version is just 5 levels, and most people get to like 80, and so it definitely doesn't have any value right now. We think that they will remove the premium pass for the super premium pass one. I hope they keep both. I know some games that offer like 2 different tracks that you can kind of progress on. That's more in line of what I'm hopeful for, rather than removing what we currently have for the $10. Yeah, the other ones should stay. All right, we go Misery now. Next turn would be Phoenix Force. We could push more power into the vault if we need to next turn. Isn't that what we sort of have with the free and premium? Yeah, but right now there's an extra option to the premium pass where it's you gain like an additional 5 levels or something that like pretty inconsequential, and so very few people I feel would utilize it or need to utilize it. Yeah, so I think it's the like adding value to that piece of it that we didn't have before. All right, let's go Spider Ham, see if maybe we snipe their Ajax or something better. And we'll go Phoenix Force. Phoenix Force should be able to move over into the vault. Oh, we could have played over there. What are we doing? Thought it was locked on 5 again. 10 levels for $5. Yeah, right now it's pretty bad value. We do get another demon. Looks like our last turn is like Rock Slide, Demon, Iceman. But we don't have a shot in the right lane. The only card that they had in hand was Shadow King. So unless they get lucky with a top deck again, we should be okay. I hope. We hope. We had the top deck of the Ajax a couple of games ago. When I started, I paid for the premium pass and then realized I could easily reach level 50 without it. Yeah, so unless you're just really trying to whale out and like get the variant, be the first to get the variant, there's really not a reason for the premium season pass or the extra premium. I don't even know where it's at, but there's not really a reason to purchase outside of like the normal pass, because you don't get much value for the extra cost. This deck is so toxic. I love it. I've been absolutely loving the deck. Speaking of Pokemon, I got 2 Pikachu EXs in a row today. Nice. And speaking of Pokemon, I need to open up my two packs for today. We'll do that. A more fun conversation. What series dropping in December? Hopefully to like celebrate the holidays. Hopefully there's some pretty strong and impactful cards that they're bringing down. Yeah, the season caches at the end of them are incredible. So if you're playing a lot, gives you some insane value. Speaking of insane value, Bar with No Name would be great, but we would need to lose Baxter Building to be able to do that. Otherwise, they just get the free win there. I'm gonna go ahead and intern. you think that Dakin will be good with Scorn? I think that Dakin could potentially be okay. I don't know for sure. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know. That's one of the directions I'm wanting to try, like a Dakin Surfer hybrid. I don't know if a like Silver Samurai Dakin quite makes the cut though. Are you gonna play Scorn? Yeah. So in 18 minutes, as soon as Scorn releases, we are going to load it up and play it.
Get out of here.
We really just need to focus fire on this right lane, right? Either that, or we could get a copy of. Yeah, okay. That's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna get a copy of Hood. So something like this allows us to focus in Baxter Building, which they're gonna be avoiding, into playing the second one here. So even the +4 from Baxter Building, we can offset it with the second Hood. Got a God Split Kitty Pride with the increased rates. Huge Droopy full. I got a really good Rock Slide. The gold Kirby with the gold background.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
We picked one of those up today. Black Widow is fortunate. That would give them a negative power to play here. Misery might be okay. It opens up space for 2 demons plus something else next turn. They're increased rates? Yeah, increased rates until Simber, I want to say. Because there was an inadvertent change where there were lower chances to get gold ink and like your Kirby's with one of the recent patches. Ooh, big Iron Man is scary. Do we push 6 power extra to the right? See if we can win there? No, because if they win Baxter Building, then they'll flip X-Mansion anyways. So we would need to fully invest in this left lane. But Pim Arrow, Iron Man, I don't think we do it. Patch? Yeah, the patch is out. I fear Scorn will mean I'll see discard even more often than I already do. I'm not sold on it being great in like standard like Apocalypse Dracula discard stuff. I think we need to jump out of this one. Because with this deck and what we've seen, they typically have a Mystique that they can throw here. We're gonna jump out. I think you're dead. Me too, Warm. Warm it up. Me too. Time to put stature and everything. Whoa, they retreated. So enough, I guess we sent them enough rocks on our end. Take it. Was not expecting it. According to the Gambit Exodia deck. I think good may be an overstatement. If you, because that deck's still very fragile. Like if it's interrupted, so an Alioth, a Cosmo, like Enchantress Rogue, then it just ends up not like developing anything else. And so I think it's great in that deck, but I don't know that it makes that deck good necessarily. And then Droopy Fool, thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime for the 3rd month. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Next up we have Fish. We have Korg Grandmaster.
I found the rock.
Maybe some Gwenpool Scorn decks. Could be interesting, like trying to use it as like a hand buff tactic. We'll see how it plays though.
Hey, I found a rock.
Don't forget your Prime. Play as I always do. I always do as well, and so I always try to drop them on like different creators. So do get the Black Widow, which is nice to see. Especially if they're running Psylocke and like Mr. Negative. I think I'm going to play her mid, just in case we get Misery. We can play Phoenix Force and then follow up on turn 5. Wait, TLSG, did you get Shaw yet? No, I haven't got Shaw, but I will on this set of caches coming up. One out of 5 for Misery. We're not filling the 1 out of 5, are we? Discard Surfer? Yeah, I like the idea of Discard Surfer with Scorn a lot.
Clear for takeoff.
Not Misery. Tough set of locations. They have, what, 2 turns to draw? And if they have Jane Foster here... Ooh, magic. Okay. Now we have the 1 out of 4 chance for Misery. Ooh.
Opponent snap.
Ooh. I do like a sneaky Nico. Snap back.
Oh, snap.
But that would mean we would have to do it like this. Hope that they don't go big and Lake Hellas. Nico left Hawk mid. Oh, they have to flip all 3. Could be. If it's an Ironheart, maybe we're in trouble. Oh no!
Wakanda forever.
Good call on flipping the right lane. Very good call on flipping the right lane.
Victory.
That's nasty. We could have also done, yeah, Nico Pig Ham to be able to spread more power, like a cross. Could have done that direction too. Nico too good. I have lost to so many turn 6 Nico location changes. It's crazy how often that feels like it happens. Anthony doing a stank face after that play. Yeah, dude. Nico's the best card in Snap. She is one of the most flexible cards that has like utility everywhere. So I don't think I'm even going to have to try to change your mind. I think I agree with you. I still remember how everyone was on the fence when Nico was about to be launched. I think she'd be... To be fair, not being able to choose your card could have been like a very much snow guard situation. Where when you don't have agency over what direction it's going, it doesn't feel great. But with her having so many spells that are so strong, it's felt amazing. Right out of the gate, adding her into Destroy took that to another level, because it gave you a potential like draw mechanic, it gave you another potential buff mechanic, all kinds of cool stuff. Kate is also a really good one. She's super flexible. So Black Swan, they're going with a flood deck. Or bounce deck, I guess. I apologize, you guys. I missed the ad. Your voice is nice. Thank you so much. I'm glad. I'm glad that it's enjoyable, whether it's soothing or however it may be. I'm glad that it's nice. In misery right, misery left. I think we misery left into next turn doing like Phoenix Force plus Ham. TLSG ASMR. TLSG ASMR for sure. Let's do this number. See what we hit from their hand. Because I assume that they're wanting to run like a Falcon, but it could just be a like a Blue Marvel Gilgamesh deck instead. Zero. No, it's a Dracula dump deck. I think we lose this one. They can flood everything out. They get the big Dracula. Yeah, I'm gonna give them this one.
Escaped.
Trying to do the same thing. Said this split compensation is straight caca. How come, Drew? And then Momo at TCG. It's been a while. It has been a while indeed. Hopefully you're doing well. Glad you're jumping in and joining us. For compensating us for a positive bug. Yeah, I mean, we get... Honestly, since they're kind of retroactively changing the split rates and increasing them for the same amount of time, I didn't expect to get anything here. So this is more than I expected. I think this is, in my opinion, above and beyond. I do like the Magneto one. I think... Let's see what he looks like. I think I can preview it at any minute still, right? I would have to upgrade it. I think it looks all right. Not my favorite Magneto variant, but I'll take a free variant anytime I can. And I do like the Rainbow Cosmic border. I'm not gonna use it on. I'm not gonna use it on him, but I do like the Rainbow Cosmic. Not sure it's great on anything. Could it be good on Pixie, maybe? Oh. I can't try it. Never splitter. We're not gonna start today. We'll start after the increased rates have ended. We have 5 minutes, so I'm gonna run this one. I'll run a quick set of ads so that we push them off for longer, and then should be about time. I just had a repeat of a recent match you did. Misery deck scammed out a Nico on Limbo for surprise win versus Toxic Surfer. Oof. Yeah, it's so... I always feel so nervous running Magic with how many cards we have to rip away that location now. It always makes me nervous to run. All right, let's go ahead and destroy the hood. We don't want to use Misery onto the Nico. We don't want to re-trigger it. And so we'll probably start shifting some of our cards over, I guess, to the left. There's a card named Lasher, and it's a symbiote in Data Mine. Weird that the card not released this month. Yeah, I did see that in the data mines. So it's an interesting one for sure. I think it has the potential effect, the effect that it has could be crazy strong. All right, let's go ahead and go Misery. If we draw Phoenix Force, we can send them a third Widow's Kiss, which is fantastic. Never mind. We are now going to destroy our Misery. The misery that brings to me is so painful. It'll be for packs, maybe. Packs like selling. So we don't know. We don't know for sure what packs are going to be or what they entail. What we do know is that there's been some data mines of packs being a thing. Just wait, they didn't play our other Widow's Bite. We didn't really allow them to draw anyways. We just know that they exist in the game so far. They have a hazmat buried in here. Do this. Just in case they have something to buff up the Ajax. But 6 power in Brooklyn Bridge doesn't feel great. Three minutes? Yeah, until the card releases. Ah, we lose the right lane by 1. Unfortunate. All because the Misery shifted over there and destroyed our Nico. Otherwise, we had enough power in that lane. We could have also 7, 8, 9. Could have played Demon mid for a tie there. Then it would have been a point differential between Hawk to the left, and maybe we could have done it. I'm not for sure. But we have 2 minutes left before the new card, so I'm going to run to the restroom. We're going to run a quick set of ads. Is Scorn going to replace the 3-2? The 3-2. What 3-2? But we're going to run real fast, and then we'll be right. Oh, actually, can't run ads. We ran one recently enough that it doesn't let me push another one. How long do we have? Minute 14? Got some decks ready? Yeah, I have a couple of decks. Even though we can't run an ad, I am going to run to the restroom so that we can continue playing. We'll be right back. Georgie said, "How am I 30 seconds ahead of you?" I don't know. You're always 2 steps ahead. All right, let's see if we. I guess we don't need to 1-tap this week. We're gonna 2-tap both Scorn and Shaw, and be done. Never mind. We're not going to be doing that. I shouldn't have inspected the variant. That's where I went wrong. All right, so we'll inspect Shaw. That's going to summon him. We're 4-tap. We're 4-tapping, boys. Oh no. Well, I knew my luck had to come to an end. I 1-tapped the last couple of weeks, so we are gonna spend a few keys here, and it's a good thing I needed Shaw anyways, because Scorn is the last card. So we would have had to spin the key regardless to get the new one. This is the classic Spotlight experience. It is indeed. But that's why I always try to save up to at least 4 before I start pulling, just in case. I also have 9,000 gold that if I needed to, I would just dump straight towards credits in progress to get another key or 2. 4 keys here too. We share the pain. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate. As unfortunate as that may be. So we got a new album as well. All right, so Scorn is a 1 cost 2 power. When you discard this, return it to your hand and give +2 power to itself and one of your cards in play. Time for a spicy Scorn decks? Yes. 3 keys, do I go for it? Yeah, you've got the rest of the week. Well, DP. Maybe you wait to see how it performs first. All right, so we have the Carnage album. I have 5 out of 9. Kind of like this this variant. So eventually we'll get there. Maybe. He does have quite a few super rares, so maybe we won't get there. And then before we jump in, we have the premium mystery variant from the Alliance rewards that I'm curious to see what we pull. Each Momoko magic is not bad. Gladly take it. Why did you get the premium? From the Alliance. So if you updated your game, they changed it with today's patch from regular mystery variant to premium. Oh, you got a pixel. Oh, that's I like that magic. You updated? I don't know then. A lot of boosters, but I know that earlier today mine was a mystery variant, and then with the patch, whenever I logged on the PC, it was showing as a premium. Ooh. I like this reward. I like this red border. I'm not typically a fan of the border weeks, but I think this one is a good one. Discard cards, perfect. Take another one. And we'll do this one. All right, let's go ahead and jump into our first Scorn game. The first deck that I wanted to try out, I'll actually do a quick run through of the idea of the deck. It's a toxic surfer deck. Take this one away. So it's a toxic surfer deck. The idea is that you can get like a Wong, a Mystique down, and then be able to curve that into either a Hazmat, into an Odin. You could do Gambit now with the Scorn. We have the Surfer for like the Brood and other 3 costs that we typically lean into. But it is very greedy into the Wong play. And so I'm going to be interested to see how much Cosmo we see today. But this is where I wanted to start with it at least. And then Carne going to hit the gym. I want to see good performance. Hopefully you enjoy your gym trip. All right, so we're going to jump into a few matches. See how we go. I have a couple of other ones brewed. I kind of like the idea of dropping Apocalypse for Scorn in like the traditional discard and see how that does. It's not going to be 20 power into one lane, but it spreads that power across the board, which I think is pretty decent. Every time Scorn gets discarded, it's +4 onto the board. 4, 8, 16, 3 times, and you have quite a bit that you're pushing. I feel like you won't discard Scorn often with this deck. If you go with Gambit line, like the Gambit, okay, so maybe it's not the perfect place to start with Scorn. I do like the idea. It's kind of like a machine gun Gambit where you're destroying a lot of cards is typically where we're leaning with this deck. But you're right. We're not going to be... It's pretty far away from a traditional or standard discard. Is Ajax still good with the White Widow nerfs? I don't see him on ladder. Ajax is still good. I think it's just one that kind of stopped getting talked about as much, but I do think it is definitely still good. I don't think we ever win Asgard. First game, 100% win rate. I'm happy. I mean, you retire at the top. The mistake people make is they continue playing. Retire while you've peaked. So Wong, but the problem with Wong is that it is it's a Cosmo bait. Like it is going to attract the Cosmos all around. Maybe they're not running one since they're running the Bass line. I like how we didn't even put Sebastian Shaw on the deck. I'm just happy to have a Shaw at this point. So I'm halfway tempted to throw like Mystique left, like split it up maybe. Let's go ahead and go Magic, I guess. Wong is pretty bad in this meta. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't go Mystique. That shows us. But the Rogue comes down. So we're in a really tricky spot. Only being able to get Gambit off one time max is definitely, I guess 2 times max with Odin is definitely not ideal. Yeah, these are. We're not gonna. This one's not gonna be a win. Sebastian Shaw would have been stonks with Scorn. I feel like that might be hopeful. Like you're hoping to discard it and hoping to hit that one particular card. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm happy to be proven wrong. With Sarah, we could have done at least a double hazmat trigger, but as it is what we would have. Now we're gonna jump out of this one. And I like the idea of this deck, but it definitely doesn't lean into like showcasing Scorn and her full authority. So maybe it's something a different direction. Got Scorn in 2. Nice, Gabriel. Hopefully it ends up being pretty good for you. We also have the Scorn Surfer, which I think is an interesting direction to go. Because we have several discard cards that we're looking to throw throughout the game. It's either this or a more traditional one. And actually, kind of like the idea of trying this. I don't know that this is going to be the best home for it, but I am really curious how taking out Apocalypse looks from a power output perspective. So for that, we're going to go ahead and add Swarm back in. I think Swarm is too important for the Morbius the Collector. I need to change the name because we added Swarm back in. Auto Scorn is Mr. Negative. Yeah, auto deck with just one card has been extra wonky lately. You still want Dracula in this? I think so. I think so that you get that extra last turn like Scorn discard. Like you leave Scorn in your hand at the very end of the game to be absorbed by Dracula instead. So with Scorn, it's adding 2 power to the card itself and 2 power onto the board. So every discard is 4 power, but it's not just focusing that fire in like one lane. Did you get Shaw? I did. It took it took 4 keys, but I got everything. I got everything that we needed. So now we have the Moon Knight, which will hit our swarms again. Not huge, but it is a double discard. The Mobius on 2 was rude. And then Nimbus, welcome in. Hey, I'm in a red shirt today. Worth it? Yeah, I agree. I'm going to go ahead and play Morbius. Maybe we play out a Swarm because we don't want them in our hand anymore. They're not discounted. So this, I guess, okay. So I guess with this, we would want to take out Lady Sif, because we no longer have the Apocalypse that would be the hit. We would probably want, like, what, Silver Samurai instead? I think we drop Lady Sif in this. I didn't fully think it through, but I don't like the Gambit play. I don't really want Swarm to come back into our hand, though, so I kind of want to do like this. Or maybe Swarm double Gambit. See what we hit. Goliath, okay. So instead of Lady Sif, we actually go Swordmaster, right? Maybe not Silver Samurai. Falling Wing, however, is fantastic. So let's see. Double Moon Knight. Double Calling Wing. We could also go double Lady Sif, hits this and this into double Calling Wing. We Scorn.
Victory.
Take it. Alright, so we take out Sif because we no longer have the Apocalypse, but we want the Swordmaster. So Swordmaster finally has synergy because it's going to do odd costed cards. Or Silver Samurai. Each player discards their lowest... Oh, it's lowest power. Never mind, not lowest cost. So I think Swordmaster is the direction we go with it. Still not guaranteed. I guess Calling Wing is our guarantee. Corvus doesn't seem like it's doing a ton here. Corvus? Corvus might be okay. Next up we have Terry B2. The first location is the hub. We get Blade. We're going to hold on to it for now. There's something wrong with this deck? What's wrong with the deck? Go ahead and go Collector. Or there's something wrong with this deck. Gotcha. That went right over my head, Vian. We can go Swordmaster. We can do Gambit. We just kind of hold off because we don't have any of our cards that'll regenerate. There's our Scorn. All right, let's go ahead and do... I guess we stage a Dracula. We did get caught. And then we have the Snap Redemption. We have the Calling Wing. Ooh, beautiful. So the Calling Wing. We have Blade, which will hit Scorn as well. think we do that. Next turn could be something like Corvus Gambit, Corvus Swordmaster. Go ahead and give it a shot. That is a big Gilgamesh coming down on 5. Scorn adding power across our board here, beautifully. We get the guaranteed double discard of Scorn. Yeah, let's go Modok. I guess Modok right. Mid becomes kind of a questionable. Maybe we just throw... I'm gonna do Modok left. Dracula lost his target without Apocalypse. The Scorn would be the target. Oh, but it's only going to be... I mean, it's still going to be, what, like 10 power? 10 power is not awful. We're not going to beat that mid lane, though.
You won't need this anymore.
Yeah, we're just not pumping out enough. I mean, the Dracula was 11 power, which is pretty sizable. It's just we didn't push the rest across the board. And we were up against a gigantic Gilgamesh. The Hydrate reminder, absolutely. The new Modok voice line, yeah, we got a new Modok voice line. I thought one card was supposed to receive the power each discard. It originally mined as receive its power, but it got changed to it adds +2 to itself and one of your cards in play, so it no longer like doubles up. Otherwise, I think it would have been crazy. How about a classic discard deck? So if we do a classic discard deck, I think Morbius and Collector probably have to go. You got Gilgamesh from the hub? Yeah. Because with Swarm, you're generating so much value for those 2 cards already. So I think without Swarm, it definitely struggles. I thought it would give its attack, not just +2 attack. It originally got mined as give its attack, but it got changed. I'm doing Wong stuff. You're Wong for that. We could do Corvus, or we could take out Corvus for another discard card. I think we switch over to the Surfer. I think Surfer's probably going to perform better, but I just like the idea of maybe being able to fit something like this in. Silver Samurai struggles after it's been discarded like once or twice. We're gonna run to a quick ad break so that they get pushed off, and then we'll jump over into the Scorn Surfer. Moon Knight does nothing to improve Scorn. Very true. Moon Knight doesn't do much to improve the Scorn. It does help you discard your swarms further, but that would be it. So I think you probably lean into Silver Samurai at that point, maybe? I completely forgot Silver Samurai is a 4 cost. Yeah, he should really be 3 for his like power and ability. Yeah. Silver Samurai is like never used. Yeah, and Scorn does synergize with Sebastian. I found that a lot of times in the caches, the cards that they try to like partner together usually have at least some kind of synergy. And I kind of wish I would have gotten this variant. Let's sleep. Did anyone get a $1 bundle. Not on this end. We did get a nullified Ghost Rider, which looks incredible. Go for him, DC'd from the game. I did see Frigga got updated up to down to 3 cost. So excited about being able to try her out. Next up we have watching your stream. So they lost their Surfer, we lost Swordmaster, which is okay for the most part. We're gonna snap into it just off of the them losing Surfer. It's such a big hit. Feel like any of the new cards? I like a lot of the new cards. I think it's King Eitri. It sounds super good for like Surfer Bro type stuff. Frigga sounds pretty interesting. We have Surtur, which feels wild. All of them, to a degree, like really made their own kind of decks. Feel like they'll make their own kind of decks playable instead of just like slotting into what's already out there and what's already established. And so, yeah, I'm interested in almost all of the new cards. Pump for Gore. Gore is going to be pretty interesting too. So they lost their Juggernaut. We lost our Muramasa Shard, which is beautiful. Immediate value coming in. I guess we could have held the Dakin. If I didn't think Sokovia was a possibility, we probably would have held it, but... Go ahead and play Gwynpool. Next turn, we'll do, like, Strong Guy Blade, maybe? Yeah, we'll get rid of Gambit here. Get rid of Gambit. That way next turn we can do a double drop. So we may not discard Scorn. Mod stepped away. Everyone be on their best behavior. Exactly, Bosch. I feel like everyone is always on their best behavior here. The double up of Forge. Makari. We could have held. We could have held and did Gambit, unfortunately. All right. Love discards. Interested to see how Scorn adds to it. I'm interested to see like where he ultimately lands, because like maybe he doesn't fit into like the Apocalypse Modok stuff. Maybe he finds himself into like Dakin, like straight Dakin, Surfer, or Silver Samurai discard style stuff. Or maybe he fits into like the Wong, like the super greedy stuff. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see like where his best decks lie. I think the Surfer one definitely is a pretty solid one. And then Georgie with the timeout. You have a little bit of time to think. It seems like you keep upping the channel points. I upped them a little bit after the 5 name origin story redemptions in a row. I upped everything a little bit. So next up we have No Use for a Name. That was a good day. That was a good day, but we don't want it to happen anymore. So we do get a pretty nice line here with Elysium. So let's go Brood left. We have the Strong Guy to lean into. Could go Gambit on 3 to get rid of their Craven. Or just go Gwynpool. I was so close to that redemption. You'll get back there, Bozzy. You'll get back there. We're gonna go ahead and see if we can destroy their Craven, their Juggernaut, one of their big cards here. And ideally we discard Scorn, which is beautiful. If she impacts one of the cards in the right lane, now the Brood to the left is fine though.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Gambit getting moved. They're still gonna win the right lane, unfortunately. They do get the extra card draw. Swordmaster is beautiful here, giving us great value across the board. Ideally, we top deck into Silver Surfer next turn. But I guess maybe even a Blade could be okay. Isn't Scorn brutal and Gambit machine gun? If it's left unimpeded, yeah, the Exodia, it's going to be crazy in that deck. But I think with Alioth and Cosmo and Rogue and all of those being so super common right now, I don't know that it's as strong as I would like. All right, let's go ahead and go with this. Strong Guy will trigger. He's going to be 9 power, so that increases here. You have a pretty good increase here, and then depending on where Scorn, I guess we could have played out the 8 power Scorn. I don't know why we discarded it. We should have just played the Scorn. Yeah, I agree. So with that, they're not going to be able to overpower us still, but we could have just played it outright and had the +8. Fine. We didn't need it. It's fine. Could have discarded Proxima.
Victory.
We definitely could have. We could have discarded Proxima and played the Scorn. But discarding the Proxima doesn't do anything extra. So if we had the energy, we might as well have played it. So now they can simply run Scorn in Apocalypse. So Ook, I think the issue with replacing Swarm is that you'll have to rethink the idea of like Collector. And I'm going to continue with this deck, but I think you have to rethink the idea of like Collector and Morbius, because both of those scale really, really well off of the Swarms. So then like, maybe it leans into extra discard components. Maybe you get Silver Samurai mixed in, but I think you lose a pretty big scaling power output by switching from the Scorn, or switching to the Scorn. That's what my gut tells me anyways. Dracula could have helped. Yeah, but that game I think is an anomaly. Because that one we had the essential Sarah on the board. If you had to choose an overall favorite card in general, I really like Captain Marvel's design. She's never been like broken, but she's able to like pressure all of the lanes, which I think is a really cool dynamic. All right, next up we have Gwanda. They're running a discard deck as well. I feel like we'll see a lot of people testing out Scorn and testing out the waters. We do have Surfer, Brood, Strong Guy, Swordmaster. Get Gambit as well, so we could try to snipe the Meek. I don't think we need to. Good. Place Dracula for Scorn. Feels wild though. Because then what are you doing with Scorn on the last turn? You have to play Apocalypse, and so that's all of your energy. So you're just leaving Scorn in hand, right? Corvus? Okay, bot itch. See the Corvus maybe. But what if you drew MODOK last turn? Don't you typically want to like discard additional cards into having like, I feel like Dracula Apocalypse just kind of go hand in hand. Maybe I'm wrong. That's what it feels like though. Go ahead and do Blade. No, I'm gonna hold the Blade for now. I'm gonna go Strong Guy right. I love Captain Marvel and really like Scarlet Spider now as well. Scarlet Spider I haven't gotten behind as much, but feel like we need to gamble here. Gamble the gambit away. I'm going to go ahead and do blade as well. So it's going to be a 50-50 to lose Surfer, but I don't think it matters. We could probably snap into it. Just with it being a good chance that they lose their big Dracula. Huge momentum for us. Moon Knight not going to discard anything from our end. They do lose Proxima, which jumps over to the left. And they go ahead and play out their Scorn. Craziness. So it should turn down to a 50-50. I'm going to play Swordmaster left so that it doesn't get the -1 power. And then, well, actually, we could have reversed that, right? Dakin left, Swordmaster mid. Dakin would be higher power than the Swordmaster. It'd be +1. So we would reverse it. But we do force the retreat. Is High Evo still viable? Power creep has made him pretty tough. There's some like affliction stuff with Ajax that can do decently. But for the most part, he's not super prevalent right now. None of those hit. Oh, wait. I just remember that the first Series 5 I really saved up for. High Evo? Yeah, High Evo was great when it was released. But now we have so many things that are so crazy strong that it typically doesn't hold its own. Next up we have Atuma. The first location Great Portal gave us Giganto. We could play out our Scorn. We probably do, right? Most of our power comes from just like the flexibility of our discards. I don't like it, but I think that's the direction we're going to go here. Next turn we go Lady Sif. We get rid of Giganto, which is nice. Then turn 4 we can curve into Gwynpool pretty easily or pretty nicely.
I want the throne.
Didn't have to play Scorn after all. So we would need a big surge in mid to be able to overpower it. Brood could potentially do just that. Let's go Gwynpool left. Crazy how High Evo used to give me nightmares. Now I consider it a free win. Yeah, the Ajax or Affliction version can still do some pretty impressive things, but in general, yeah, it's not super scary anymore. We could play out the blade, but that gets rid of Makari before she lands on the board. I think we just...
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Trino. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 1 month. That brings us up to a big 2 for the day. I appreciate having you. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I very much appreciate the support. So, oof. Hand was not great for our Scorn stuff. This would be the best we could do, and I don't think it's good enough. Maybe? Maybe it is? Oh, it has double Surfer too. Take it. Take those wins where we can. Freak Mojo with the hydrate reminder. I think we're doing relatively well with the deck, but it doesn't feel like Scorn is really like the center point of it. What are we? Stats aren't updating for some reason. I'm gonna update or reload Untapped. Maybe that'll start updating our stats. Oh, never mind. It was the patch that broke it. Always ends up happening. Scorn not only feels bad, feels boring. Unfortunate. Like in that deck, we were performing pretty well, but it still feels kind of boring. We do have the super greedy, like toxic stuff, or you could go with the like Mystique, Onslaught, Wong stuff, but it feels like that is just. It feels like that's going to get countered every time you try to play it. So Moon Knight in this version doesn't do much without the Apocalypse, other than like elevating our swarms. I guess we could do all three. Maybe I was coping whenever I took out Apocalypse. Maybe it's that. Out Swordmaster for Corvus. Then add back in Morbius Collector. See if that maybe has a little bit more natural curve. Toxin always feels like the least mid card this month. Yeah. Toxin I think is going to be really good in like bounce stuff. I don't know that he's going to be insanely flexible, though. And then Dumbstrike said, got lucky with Scorn with one key. Have been hard playing the card effectively. Yeah, I think it's adding that extra discard target. I'm not sure if we go greedy and have all three just for like the consistency of drawing into them frequently, or where he fits necessarily. Toxin will be nerfed. Yeah, I could see Toxin being nerfed. I don't think we do anything here. We have the Corvus, but without a target for it, we're just kind of actively hurting our hand. They'll nerf the rest of bounce before Toxin. Oof. You may not be wrong. Still, Scorn will be a couple of days testing before there are any hope. Yeah, I think so. I think the Surfer discard is fine, but it also doesn't like really get to utilize Surfer as much as I would like, or Scorn as much as I would like. And then the other ones feel kind of iffy. So now we at least have a target for it. Let's go Dracula. Are they just going to leave the Nova in the right lane? It might. Windpool's big. Big and quite scary. Could try our luck with Collector. Or we go ahead and go MODOK. At least next month looks a bit more promising. Fenrir looks crazy. And I think a few of the other cards that are releasing look really, really strong too. So it's Shaw Surfer.
I am reborn.
Shaw Surfer is very scary here. Corner's our last card was not what we wanted. They do really much of anything here. We probably win Taco Truck, but really much of anything here and we lose. It's only going to go up to 16. It's nice to have a mid-month. Moon Knight is only even cards? Yeah, Moon Knight's only even cards now. So Swarm, whether it's the first Swarm or the zero cost, or Apocalypse are the targets. It does kind of make it a little bit clunky with Dracula sometimes. But Dracula's usually a pretty potent thing in our discard decks. We need a card that scales and steals power for each card that's returned to hand. That would stop Balance Deadness track. So why balance it when you can sell a solution? Kitty Pride. We have a Red Guardian, so we have to be careful dropping our Dracula. Nothing to target. We have Swarm, Scorn, and Apocalypse all in our deck, but we can't find any of them, unfortunately. That's a new visual, location visual, right? Okay, we double discard Scorn here. Do get pulled over in Great Web, unfortunately. We could Red Guardian try to take out the Athena before it scales much more. We could also go Moon Knight. That gets rid of our Collector, though. Or we could just shoot our shot with Gambit. That's what we're going to do here, and hope that we don't lose MODOK. Step on the Athena. Yeah, Red Guardian for the Athena is probably the play. Take it. Absolutely take it. So now we do have Apocalypse. So let's go MODOK. We hope that they lose the 50-50 this time so that we don't cap ourselves out in Great Web.
You won't need this anymore.
Why step on Athena when you can shoot her? Exactly. Sniper out. They lose the 50-50. They're in a tough spot here. Yeah. Dracula was beautiful as that top deck. We needed something so we could do like Scorn a Dracula. I know, I like the Great Web visuals. Giant list of thing community wants. Scrolls to the bottom of the list. Let's make the animation of Great Web better. I do like the animation of Great Web. I think it's fitting with the I guess it would have been fitting for last season with the Madam Web stuff, but seems like Scorn might need magic potentially, but then you're giving up one of your turns and potentially being vulnerable to like them scaling better off of that extra turn or them ripping away that turn.
Victory.
We'll take the 1 cube retreat. The FX team does do a pretty good job. Would you rather have Lamentis than Great Web? Really? I don't mind Great Web most of the time. Sometimes it's pretty tough to handle, like in certain decks. But for the most part, I don't mind it. Ooh. We have a quick set of ads queuing up. So we'll jump over to 1.5 minutes and then we'll be right back, you guys. What if you had a deck with everything could be discarded? So like Corvus, Scorn, Wolverine. My issue with like X-23 and Wolverine is that you really don't get a very big payoff for having them get hit. And so like Wolverine ending up being what is like 2/6. 2/4. Wow, not even 2/6. So for Wolverine getting hit the one time, it's 2/4. X-23, you get 1 extra energy, which a lot of times doesn't really resolve anything for you, for it taking up a space in your deck. Yeah, I mean, but Scorn's going to buff anything regardless. And so it feels like I would rather have a card that is good most of the time anyways. And then sometimes we just get unlucky if they do get discarded, rather than like the backup line of Wolverine. Is Corvus Glaive necessary? I could roll for Scorn, but I don't have Corvus. Without Corvus, maybe you go... just one of the other discards. Maybe like a Silver Samurai. That feels iffy, but it also leans into them, like your opponent having to discard stuff. All right, let's go ahead and skip on 1. We do have Blade, so if we can get Calling Wing, it partners so well with the Scorn stuff. No such luck so far. We're probably gonna just send it with the Corvus next turn. Unless we draw Gambit, then we're aiming to prioritize that one. Give it a shot. We don't have priority, so it's not a guarantee. But it's a 50-50, and I'll take a 50. Ooh, and we hit Scorn. Huge. Double value. Huge. Into Moon Knight, which doesn't hit anything on our end. They lose their Proxima, which goes into Rickety Bridge, which is great. And they had a Swarm pull in, so they did not have a good... they did not have a good turn, indeed. Let's go Collector Blade.
Oh, snap.
Blade's going to discard here. Next turn, maybe we go Corvus. Maybe it's just MODOK, depending on what we draw. Take it. They got super unlucky. So that one definitely wasn't anything to do with the deck. It's just everything that hit was unfortunate for them. Might try brewing a Scorn, Dakin, Gambit, discard, delete. Hopefully it works. I feel like Dakin has always been rather like inconsistent. There's some times where it can do some really cool things, but for the most part, it's kind of tough to be able to get that big payoff. So next up, we have Pixie Chef. First location, Lemuria. We do get Calling Wing, which is going to be great. I swear Swarm is in the deck, but we haven't seen her since we started running the deck, I don't think. MODOK. I don't think we throw anything because we don't have any of our generators. To come back and see people I know again. Welcome back, Angel. Hopefully you're having a great one. Or welcome back. Hopefully everything went well. Go ahead and I'm going to do Dracula to the right. We don't know which cards are getting downgraded yet. They said that they'll provide more information later on about it.
Opponent snapped.
I feel like they're mystiquing. Oh no, they're using Iron Man. I thought they were going to mystique the Cosmo, but
I am Apocalypse.
that was one of the worst targets we could have hit with Gambit, unfortunately. So now we do something like Modok Scorn, and even that I'm not sold on. Yeah, I thought the snap was Mystique Cosmo for sure. And then Vian with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. Other order? What do you mean other order? Oh, like this? Yeah, good call. Scorn first, buff the collector. Yeah, Scorn, and then we discard the Sentinel. I agree. If we thought there was no way we win Washington, D.C., we could also do this. Get extra value into the collector. I think we lose if they stack Washington, D.C. That's a big claw. Last of the Jedi, thank you so much for resubbing for 6 months at tier 1. Here for the positive vibes. Keep it up, TLSG. Thank you so much. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I appreciate the big vote of confidence. And so the Apocalypse is not going to beat the 32, is it? Because it's 29. Yeah, not quite. Almost beat the big line, but just not quite able to get there. Funny enough, we could have just thrown Modok to the left and won the game.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Demonize, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us up to 3 for the day. And so we are at 1435. We had a huge couple of weeks. And so I appreciate the continued support and appreciate you being here. Any favorite song or artist? Not necessarily. I actually haven't had a whole lot of time to like listen to much music because it's very much like full-time job in the morning, stream in the afternoon, and then pick up my daughter, do family stuff, and then rinse and repeat. Let's go ahead and skip on 1. Said I have Jean and Shaw already. Not sure if Scorn is worth the key. Yeah. I agree. Go ahead and go Blade. I also still swear that Swarm is in the deck somewhere. Well, that was rude.
Opponent snapped.
So Dinesh runs a Hella deck. We gave him another Blade. We shouldn't have. Should have never done that. There's a lot of said what that's a lot for every day. Hope you're taking time for yourself. I think once we switch over to this being the full-time thing, I think we'll be able to allot some time for ourselves. But we'll see. Right now, it's most of the time just sacrificing our late night for whatever it is, like watching TV or like prepping for the next day. Once I drop the morning work, that'll give me back another like 4 hours or so. Should definitely help that constraint. Moon Knight, Calling Wing, but I think we go Dracula instead here. We also have to look out for Dinesh running a Gambit. He runs a very interesting Hella build. that runs like Gambit, Odin, Ghost Rider, and a few others. I'm gonna stack up the Modoc, and then we probably flood Machine World with maybe Swarm on the final turn, depending on what kind of cards they have down.
Apocalypse.
Yeah, I was thinking something along the lines of that. Beautiful Gambit hit. We dodged every issue whatsoever there. I'm gonna go ahead and play out the Apocalypse, because typically they'll assume that. Actually, hold on. Typically they'll assume that you're gonna let Apocalypse discard into the Dracula lane. So usually there's a little bit of room for finesse on that last turn play. Ghost Rider being Hela is great for them, bad for us.
We are the future. Are ye worthy?
The Odin lined up with the Gambit. Super unfortunate. Pushing that power left. Pushing the power left. Actually, we won anyways, right?
Victory.
But it came down to a tiebreaker. Had Scorn pushed it onto the Modoc, we could have won. They got lucky. They did. Especially with like the Ghost Rider not hitting like Magneto or something else. But we got lucky in the end as well. The one thing I can say about Danish is his Hela deck is unique enough that it doesn't feel like it's not like the straightforward brain dead, just plop cards, they discard, and you go on. Yep, Danish navigates it very, very well. Like I think I could pick it up, and I don't think I would do anywhere near as good as he does. And then General Sergeant, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one, or welcome back, I guess. I think I'll hold on Shaw and Jean. New cards are usually so much better. Yeah. I think especially over like Jean. Shaw is, I think, one of those that it's like on the cusp, but. Next up we have Dexter. Probably running, I would assume, a Scorn deck. Let's go ahead and play out our collector. Rando, are we live? We are live, Rando. Live indeed. Let's go ahead and pass here. We'll probably do Dracula into the Crimson Cosmos. Is it Dex? I believe so. Streamer v streamer. We win this? We might win this. Ooh, a Gambit Grandmaster deck. Definitely feels like Dexter's flavor. Into a Hell Cow is so fortunate. Unfortunate for us. Fortunate for them though. I don't think we win this one anymore. I'm doubting it. I'm doubting it so much. Believe in the heart of the cards? All right. The heart of the cards would not do us wrong. Second Hell Cow. Unfortunate. Corvus Morbius. That's going to hit Swarm and Scorn. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. We never lose our Modoc. Said Dumbstruck, you said I played against Dex earlier. He got me with his Scorn deck. It definitely helps getting Hell Cow from the X Mansion. Grandmaster is an interesting include in it. Into the Dracula. Scorn. Okay, one for one so far. Next is Swarm, guaranteed.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Meet GG. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us up to 4 for the day. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I feel like we roll the dice with Gambit here. It's for the in-game stuff, it's not great by any means. But I feel like that's what I'm going to do. Gambit, save us. We have to... I mean, you did say believe in the heart of the cards. Wait, why play Swarm? It's the last turn. I would rather Dracula. So if Gambit hits this, Dracula is going to pull into an 8-power card. If Gambit hits this, it's just more power. You guys did say believe in the heart of the cards. We just didn't say which cards. We have to believe in Gambit's card. They do have a lot of discard with the Hellcows, the double Hellcows. Singular Hellcow, so only one discard now. One extra discard. Ooh, but that's going to be scary. Yeah, no, there's nothing we can do. The Modok into the follow-up of the Hellcow. Yeah. Into the blade alongside it is going to be too much more. Gambit over to the left would have brought us to 12. We still wouldn't have been able to win it. I think our only shot there was if we destroyed Dracula. So how do we feel about the Hellcow on the deck? Because we could go Hellcow over like Corvus. If we're looking to go like Modok Blade. I also don't know that he has Apocalypse. Like he may have cut the Apocalypse altogether. I'm gonna go trash talk Dexter. Don't be mean. Hellcow over Corvus. Yeah, Hellcow over Corvus might be the play. Gives you a big body on the board and control over like when that discard happens. So you can set up like that Modok better. I'm still not fully sold on the Apocalypse. It just gives you like a better redundancy. Make sure you have at least one of them. He hit Apocalypse with Modok. Gotcha. Do you think Scorn's worth buying? So far, no. What's the Scorn Surfer list? So it's a strong guy. I can pull it up after this. It was working well. Maybe no collector. Maybe no collector. Like if you go and get rid of like the swarm stuff. But otherwise, I don't know what else we would add in its place. And the Scorn Surfer was doing well, but Scorn wasn't at like the core of it. Next up, we have Daster. I'm going with the no collector line. Yeah, it might not be an issue. Huge value from Weapon X. Hitting the 1 out of 4. Huge value for them, hitting the 1 out of 4 for them too. Oh, oof. Maybe Swarm is holding it back? What, this deck? Or the collector? Like, we could get rid of Swarm, get rid of collector, but then it's very reliant on, like, these two pieces, and I'm not sure how consistent it gets. Agony? Yeah, Agony's going to be the free card. 3, 4, 5, 6. We can still draw with dropping the Calling Wing. I'm going to see you play Surfer after finally getting Sebastian Shaw. So the funny thing is, the first Surfer deck I loaded up didn't even have Shaw in it. Because it was the Scorn Surfer. Dracula's a decent pull for us. Moon Knight has a 1 out of 4 to discard Dracula. On the other hand, Gambit is kind of all over the place. 1 out of 6. But we might want to save Gambit. I'm going to go ahead and play it. We'll play out Gambit now. I don't know what's so special about her. Yeah. As Grandmaster, that's true. We cut Moon Knight. If we're going the Apocalypse stuff, I do like Moon Knight. Wait, what did we discard? The Dracula. Unfortunate. Okay. Hell Cow. Have to believe. Corvus Absorbing Man is interesting. Lady Sif for Moon Knight. But Lady Sif only has the Apocalypse target. We're going to throw MODOK here. And unless we draw Scorn off the top, Hellcow's not going to do much for us. Brexican, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Nice to be here again. We do get Scorn off the top deck. So, Apocalypse. Activate the Hell Cow. Flood the rest.
Victory.
I think Moon Knight or Collector out for Grandmaster. So if we dropped the Swarm, I think Collector definitely goes. And Collector's probably the weaker of the generator cards. Because Morbius just naturally gets that power. You don't have to play out the Collector early. Calling Wing for Moon Knight? Wait, we have Calling Wing already. And we have Moon Knight. Yeah. Yeah, Moon Knight or Calling Wing is great with the Scorn stuff. And I like Moon Knight if we have the Swarm stuff. So I think these three come as a package deal. So I think the Collector, Swarm, Moon Knight come as a package deal. Because Moon Knight is great for either the Swarm or the Free Swarm or the Apocalypse. And so if we cut any piece of those, I think we cut them all. The Exodia discard, I feel like it's super... I feel like the Exodia one is super niche. Because with how much Alioth and Cosmo we have, I just don't think it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be in a spot that's super strong. I don't like the Lady Sif. Because Lady Sif is specifically for Apocalypse. So then in those games where we don't draw Apocalypse, Lady Sif becomes a detriment because we're losing Hellcow, Dracula, MODOK. So I don't like the Sif in it. See a lot of Alioth. It comes and goes. Alioth is a super common card. Like it fluctuates day to day, but I do see it. Sad Lady Sif noises. I know. I like Lady Sif as a card, but I don't know if it cuts in this version. Maybe Dakin? But Dakin ends up being like a 3-8 at best, typically. And I was thinking Swordmaster, but Swordmaster would potentially hit, I guess, Gambit or Scorn. So maybe there's a shot for it. And I'm not sure that I'm crazy about the Grandmaster either. Like, I think Grandmaster is like a nice flair. No, you're okay, Angel. I think Grandmaster is a nice flair. But are we... How often are we going to re-trigger something? Maybe Blade? Like Blade Grandmaster. We could go Gambit Grandmaster. Calling Wing Grandmaster. So you guys are super against the Moon Knight, right? That's the overall feel. I feel like that takes it away from the Swarm stuff, because then the only good target for Moon Knight would be Apocalypse. Is it Meek? Proxima Midnight. We could potentially go Proxima. Just to get good value out. Maybe we'll try this. We're going to run to a quick ad break, but I'm leaning towards maybe something like this. We take out the Collector, take out the Swarm. We leave only like the single target cards of the Apocalypse, the Scorn. We leave Moon Knight for either Proxima or Apocalypse. But I guess with Hellcow, yeah, with Hellcow, I think it has maybe too much strife with the Dracula, the Hellcow, the Corvus, the Calling Wing. I don't think Moon Knight makes the cut. If that's the case, I don't know that Proxima does either. Could go Meek, but I'm not sure how much value we get from the Meek line. Especially with Killmonger being pretty common. Before Scorn, when I ran this deck, I had Stature in with Moon Knight. What are the initial Scorn impressions? They're okay. I don't know that it... Initial impression, I don't know that it revolutionizes much with discard. Like, I was really hoping that it would be good in like something outside of that. So like Scorn Surfer, like create a new off branch of discard. But I'm not sure that it does that. And so it feels okay. It's very playable, especially if you like discard. But it doesn't, at least from what we've seen so far, I haven't seen anybody like crack open a new direction entirely for discard. Go Wong because it's never the Wong choice. Never the Wong choice until it is. Wong is always kind of interesting, but I think also it makes your lines a little more telegraphed, and so you're asking for a Rogue or a Cosmo or something. Let's go ahead and try this. Played Grandmaster before Wong. Yeah. Next up, we have Achilles. The first location, Asgard. We get our Morbius. We have Swordmaster Blade. Draw our MODOK. So let's go ahead and stage the Morbius for now. Do you think Silver Samurai? Silver Samurai could be useful for like that first trigger of Scorn. But after that, it would end up hitting maybe some of your other cards instead. So we could gamble with the Swordmaster, or we can go with the guarantee of Blade. We may be running a similar mirror. Forgot Silver Samurai existed. Yeah. They knock out our monster. They're the monster here. Now we do the return fire gambit. Hoping for the
Hey,
best.
welcome.
We're
It
hoping
took
for
you
a
long
Scorn
enough.
discard again. Mr. Hoffer, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us to 5 for the day. Very much appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. Have you tried the Sarah Surfer Gambit? I didn't have Sarah in my Scorn Surfer,
Apocalypse.
but I did run a Scorn Surfer. It just didn't feel like Scorn was at the core of it. Could go Dracula. We could also go Corvus, see what we shake up. Either that or next turn we go like MODOK plus Scorn maybe. I think with Morbius down, I think we definitely lean towards the MODOK line. So we're going to lean into this. We'll do Dracula over to the right and then probably MODOK left. Ooh. Silver Samurai hits our Scorn, right? Great for us. We'll take it. We'll absolutely take it. So then big MODOK. This is going to scale a lot. Big MODOK, big Scorn. Big MODOK, Scorn. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 extra there. I think we'll just do this. Samurai will be better when everyone's not playing discard. Hard agrees, Stimpy.
Victory.
I have 15 keys already. I have both other cards. Ooh, it depends what else you're missing, Bear. It's definitely a playable card. Change layout to show your cards. Ooh, thank you, Vaughn. I was showing my decks and then I forgot. Thank you. I appreciate it. So let's go Blade. We're going to destroy one of their cards from Hotel Inferno. And we get the Apocalypse discard, which is always nice. Ooh.
Snap.
Take it. We could go Corvus. But Corvus is kind of risky. Because we have several cards we don't want to hit. I think instead I'm just going to pass here. I'm skipping Scorn. Yeah, if you don't like discard or like I don't know that it changes discard enough to feel like it's just something crazy. All right, let's go Dracula right. Next turn, maybe we stage a Hell Cow, so we get an extra trigger onto the Apocalypse. We know that they don't have MODOK, so they're not going to be able to do like an explosive discard. And then Drunken King with a Hydrate Reminder. Let's clear that throat. Thank you so much, Drunken King. I appreciate you looking out. And then Brexkin, you said, can you please shout out my wife? Claire Mercado. She always laughs when you read my name. And I'll bet we'll get a cackle if you say hers. This is a shout out to you, Claire. Claire Mercado, to be precise. Hopefully you're having a great day. I think we could stage the Hell Cow. Otherwise, it becomes just whatever we draw on the last turn. Either that or we take a risk with Corvus. But this gets us a guarantee, like, extra like dip into our Apocalypse. So the swarms will be nice. Not great for them in the right lane, though. And actually, since we don't scale, I'm not sure we win mid, even with just the MODOK. Like, we win the right lane every single time. right now, yeah. Try to snipe one of their cards with Gambit. Hope for the best. Also get Proxima. Yeah, but Proxima goes into Necrotia, which that lane is already given. Like, we've already won that lane. Oh, this is for 8. Really shouldn't stay here. Wait. Why didn't they Swordmaster mid? What? Feels like a fumble. Maybe. Collector? Ah, the Morbius. No, unfortunate. We had a couple of shots there. We needed to hit anything in mid, anything at all mid, would have given us that win. So I guess it was a 4 out of 7, 8, 9. 4 out of 9. I've played worse odds. Seeing more Angel play lately. Angel was created by the Helicarrier. Corvus has been real kind to you since Scorn dropped. They just kind of tweak that knob forward a little bit. Georgie said, I stand by what I've always said about Discard. Resources are always limited, and I don't enjoy pitching my own stuff. I'll never spend on Discard stuff. That's fair, Georgie. It in general is typically pretty strong as far as like a deck goes. I'm gonna save the blade. We could get Proxima down, but I don't think we need to worry about it too much. But lucky that I got Scorn in 1. I may or may not have 4-tapped to get Scorn. Everything is okay. We are okay. What's your favorite archetype? For a long time, it was Clutter. But honestly, it probably gravitates towards whatever the toxic flavor that's kind of off meta is at the time. So it gravitated eventually to like Mill, which then Mill got absolutely thudded, and then from there it gravitated around. I've been really enjoying the deck that Jet has been running with Misery. So it's like a Disrupt, Rocks, and Black Widow stuff, along with the Misery, the Phoenix Force. I think it's a really interesting direction or take. Let's hide the Dracula. I've been liking Affliction. I haven't visited Affliction lately, but maybe this is the sign that I need to go back and check it out again. Kitty Pride is huge here. The #1 deck on the Creator Clash. Which one was that? No Heal. So Calling Wing Gambit, see what we hit with the Gambit. Maybe we knock out their Kitty Pride. Maybe we knock out Marvel Boy so that they don't scale anymore. Wiccan. Ooh, Wiccan and Kitty Pride, they get a lot of energy here. We didn't need Proxima over to the right. We do take out their Kitty Pride though, so that's nice. Do we ever win with like a Corvus discard? So it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 extra power here. That only brings us to 20. We could also go Apocalypse. Brings us to 23. I guess it brings us to 25. And then maybe they just play away from the Dark Dimension. I'm worried they Alliath, right? True. The Rogue Steel on the Morbius is unfortunate indeed. We go up to 17. Not quite enough. Had we played Apocalypse Left, though, interestingly enough, Apocalypse Left won out. Roguing a Morbius is always so satisfying. Especially if they're like, especially if it's a really big Morbius. Definitely feels pretty satisfying. I had a nickel for every time we barely lost mid. I only have 2 nickels, but it's weird that it happened twice. Indeed. Indeed it is. Next up we have Pixie Chef. First location is Elysium, which gives us some very explosive turn potential. I've been going hard on Infinite. I've only split maybe 4 times or so. So not incredibly hard. Yeah, the deck can probably do fine without Proxima, honestly. We're still kind of filling it out. First impressions, it doesn't feel amazing in like this style of shell. It doesn't feel like it does anything crazy, like crazy strong. Cosmo, we don't have to worry about Mystique now, so Cosmo is now locked in and down.
Opponent snapped.
Let's go Hellcow for now. We burn one of their cards. Ooh, Cassandra Nova, unfortunate. Corvus and Gambit. Okay, better chance for Scorn, better chance for MODOK, better chance for Morbius and Apocalypse. We'll take it. And we destroyed their Thena, all of which are very beautiful. What is it going to be, like a Dracula? Go Dracula, Blade, Calling Wing. Not bad. Ooh, but Calling, we don't want to do Calling Wing. Never mind. We'll hold the Calling Wing for now. We're just gonna do Dracula Blade. And then next turn, we'll be able to flood everything out. Swordmaster. Ooh, Swordmaster can discard Apocalypse, that's true, but it could also potentially hit the Calling Wing and the Proxima. Cutting the Jin. Rest in pieces. That Jin never had a chance. So let's see. MODOK. Get rid of everything. Calling Wing. Pretty decent over here. Huge mid. But if they have an Iron Man, I don't know that we overshadow an Iron Man. Are you enjoying the deck? Yeah. Oh, it's not the last turn. Oh my goodness, that is almost 2 awful turns in a row. I think I'm just gonna skip here. I like the play that we did. Calling then Swordmaster. Calling then Calling then Swordmaster would be good. That'd be guaranteed for either Proxima or Apocalypse. Like it. Morbius, right? I agree, Baylor Burn. Mid, I think, is our problem lane, though. Yeah. Actually, everywhere is a problem.
I am Iron Man.
How's Scorn performing? Could be better. I think he's fine for the most part, but it definitely could be doing much better. We should have played the card on the left before them had it staged before the Modoc, maybe.
Am reborn.
The extra 7, no, extra 7 still wouldn't have done it for that.
Apocalypse.
Would have brought us within 3, but not quite. Super explosive last turn play. Just wasn't quite able to get there. Let's see if we have any other alliance missions to pick up. I think we're pretty... Hell cow, we can do the activate, and then we'll do the play 4.
Epic.
Alright. Scorn just not helping. Any problem discard had? Yeah. He said, hey, the order didn't wind up mattering? It might have. Might have. Because it would have been an extra 4 onto Apocalypse, and so then if we could have positioned in a way that, like, let's say we played that 1 power over to the left, Proxima could have potentially jumped mid. So it could have been the difference maker there. Like, that one could have been just an issue on my end. Next up, we have Citano, rank number 11, which is probably not going to be running the new and flashy cards. Typically, they run the tried and true stuff. So let's go Morbius left. The order would have stricken fear into their hearts. It would have indeed. All right, so the Athena. If we could get Gambit as a top deck here, that's not a Gambit. Corvus doesn't do us much good, so we're gonna wait until we get either Scorn or Apocalypse. Yeah, it's gonna be another one of the Claw Iron Man style decks, and we just can't do much against that. As unfortunate as that is.
Opponent snapped.
We probably lose this one. We should retreat, but I do want to see some discard games play out, so we're gonna stay. Maybe we eventually get lucky with like a Gambit. So Cassandra, they could have a Claw and Iron Man. The Baxter Building lane becomes very, very difficult to win very quickly. We could try to shoot our shot with Corvus. But we might lose Modoc off of that. And without Dracula down, we're in a kind of a tricky spot.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Searchman X. That brings us up to 6 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here and appreciate the support. Yeah, the blade is going to be better here. Can we give it a shot? It's probably not a great shot because we don't have the Dracula down. Take it. Big Sage. Not what we needed, unfortunately. So it's 11. Discards twice. So it goes up to 19 extra power. 20, 21, 23 extra power in the left lane. If we flip left, then it doesn't matter where we played Swordmaster anyways. They could have an Eliath. Swordmaster's odd cards? Yeah. Yeah, we have the Dracula for one discard, the Hell Cow for another. Search man. I'm so glad that you're here and that you found the content. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. It all comes down to the left lane if we win or not. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and do Swordmaster left just in case. Oh no, I didn't. Oh no, we didn't Hell Cow.
Iron Man.
It's not gonna make a difference. Never mind. We could have positioned in a way where we played away from Baxter building and gambled with like a Swordmaster mid to try to flip that one. And Schwaks, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. We're spewing a few cubes. We're gonna take a quick ad break, and then we'll jump in. We may pivot, like the all in on Scorn. We haven't been drawing Scorn. Doesn't feel like it's worth it. I feel like I had a little bit more consistency or control on like the swarm stuff, other than going like all in on Scorn. So maybe we pivot back to like the Collector, Swarm, and Moon Knight. See if that's like the change that pushed it. But we're gonna run to the set of ads real fast. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, you guys. Let's fix this. We go Swarm. Had Moon Knight in it for the Dracula, or for the swarms for this. I originally didn't have the Hell Cow. It kind of strifes with Moon Knight. So I know that we go Collector. That last one I think is the question mark. Because we can take out the Hell Cow. We originally had, or we can take out the Hell Cow. We originally had Corvus. We can take out the Moon Knight. Then we don't have an extra like lever on these two. Now we'll keep it as is. Good old Wong Gambit. We can do the Wong Gambit stuff. And then Empire's Buffet. Thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime sub for 3 months. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. All right. Next up we have Smock. Pablo, you're still streaming? What is this, your job? One of them so far. We cut Proxima for Hell Cow to have a little bit more control and like a last turn dump of Scorn Modok instead. The double Collector, interesting. Sable, Kate Bishop. It looks like the same deck we've been facing quite a bit of the last couple of matches, which feels like it's a pretty bad matchup for us in general. The fantastic Collector variant. I like it a lot. Morbius is gone. It's down, unfortunately. Let's go Hell Cow. I did want one of our scalers in the right lane, so like a Collector. But with Morbius being gone, I was planning on playing both of the scalers in the right lane this turn. With Morbius being gone, I think we have to pivot a bit. All right, Angel, I appreciate you hanging out. Hopefully we catch you around again soon. Hopefully everything is going well for you. All right, so Moon Knight for the guaranteed apocalypse. Maybe they lose something of their own as well. So last turn can end up being MODOK. I guess we don't have Dracula, do we? We need to scale by 3 in the right lane. Can we get super lucky here? We could do this. This would guarantee that we scale by the 3. It's 1, Apocalypse comes back, 2, Apocalypse comes back, 3. 16 max there. Then all we're putting down is 11 power here. I don't know if it's ever enough the other way either. Every single one of these would have to hit Apocalypse. The other way around. Dracula Blade, then Cal. So with Dracula Blade and then Cal, this right lane, we lose. You get more power, but we would lose in general. Hellcow Dracula Blade. Yeah, I think we're going to leave this one. The most we can do in the right lane is tie. The -2 from Silver Sable coming in and proving itself pretty detrimental. Plus, we lost the Moon Knight discard, which would have helped us kind of push it over the edge. But that's all right. Then Angel with the hydrate reminder. You may already be gone, but still keeping us hydrated for sure. All right, next up we have Call Jobin. First location, Dark Dimension, is a decently promising one. Mr. London is also really good for us, but it's really good for them as well. I'll still snap into it. I think we're okay with that. I was considering spending keys because I like hand buff and don't have Sebastian, but I don't think it looks worth it now with Scorn not making any big waves. Maybe there's still time. Maybe there's still a chance, an opportunity to seize everything that we ever wanted. But initially, it feels pretty underwhelming. I'm going to skip with the blade here. Do a double Dracula. Double MODOK would be great. Our Morbius would scale dramatically. Scorn would get discarded a lot. They discard nothing with their Swordmaster. Super unfortunate for them. Is it ever Collector and then like a Moon Knight? Hope for a MODOK next turn? Just drew Scorn. So they're going to get 2 discards on him. Great for the Collector. We need a good discard scaler for this last turn, and then going with the Grandmaster tech, which I think is a cool flair, but I think in practice it's hard to use. Oh look, a meek indeed. Hell Cow is not what we want to see here. Any of the other ones, anything but Hell Cow as that top deck, I think would be so much better. The double Calling Wing, we get a guaranteed 2 discards. Double Gambit, fantastic. Double Modoc is amazing. Hell Cow. Something like this. This. Still scale more than they do because they only have Collector. They could play a Morbius this turn though. Arky, you said, hey TLSG, there's a deck for Scorn that uses the Splat deck as a base. Cool, can you try it? Yeah. I would Blade Hellcow. Like use Blade to discard the Hellcow. I think Scorn is probably better. Like that. Second Swordmaster. It's a huge Scorn. I'm glad it doesn't add its base power to everything else. Since we have more scaling in mid, I think we're okay. Hope. I hope. Wait, we might. Do we get a casserole? No.
I am Apocalypse.
Yeah. We'll take every lane. It works. It works. Good call, Pablo, on playing out the Scorn so that we didn't have that in hand. Is Scorn worth getting? It's early on. It's early days. That's probably one of the most common questions when a new card comes out. It's hard to tell off the jump. So it's the reason it's so hard to tell is because there's only been like a handful of decks that we've tried. We don't know what optimizations might be made. So like Misery, for example, first couple of days was miserable. Then Jet came around, brewed something pretty cool, and I really like Misery in that deck. I don't think she is great in every single deck, but that one in particular I think she does well in. And then you said you wonder why it's called a casserole, because you rolled them, you beat them in every single lane, like you rolled over them. So casserole I think is where it came from. Let's go ahead and go, I guess, Collector. Born Common 116, easy pickup. Is it 116 before you play it, though? Or with the Dracula? We lose either Morbius or Swarm. Or Hellcow, I suppose. And Bar with No Name with Starlight Citadel is unfortunate. You're going to trust that Bar with No Name goes mid. Did Morbius always have the animation? I don't think he always did, but he has for a little bit. Gonna shift here. No questions. No questions asked. Guaranteed. Oh, you said it was in an interview between Binks and Ben? Really? Huge value in mid, by the way. feel like we always gambit here.
Oh, snap.
Random Legion? I sure hope not. I sure hope not, bot. Maybe, but I hope not. We could do gambit. We could go ahead and play out the swarm, maybe, or go ahead and send the Hell Cow so that maybe we get the cheaper swarms in return.
Victory.
Ben was talking about it, how in basketball there's a term slam dunk that just came out of nowhere. I wanted something similar, and so his is casserole. That's interesting. I like it. I like that better. He said he blurted it out as an example. He didn't mean for it to stick. He should have known. He should have known that it would. I like using the term mollywop for when I'm beating someone in a game. It's a pretty good term too. One that I can't say I've ever heard, but I like it. How many channel points do I got to spend for you to explain where casserole came from? 10K? I mean, have the explanation, right? Next up, we have Y6VY. The first location, Fisk Tower. Second one, Monster Island. It looks like they're running a Gilgamesh Blue Marvel deck. Moon Knight's not great for us here, unless we already had Apocalypse Swarm in hand. But Calling Wing is pretty good. Calling Wing guarantees the Scorn discard. Gambit's no longer very valuable. That protects, Kyra protects almost all of their stuff. Let's go Dracula. Next turn, depending on what we draw, might be something like Hell Cow into a Modok plus Blade. Could be great on the last turn.
I want the throne.
Just got it for free. Did indeed. So we lost our Moon Knight. Okay. Go ahead and go Modok this turn, I guess. We don't get a huge value from the Dracula. Other than, I guess other than Scorn. It's not awful at a 8-power Dracula Absorb. It's okay. So we just win left, right? The Blue Marvel, they can't really do much else. They could have a Gilgamesh that comes down here. Nine. Scorn's discarded twice, so it's going to be a 10-power card that comes down here. Plus, it's giving +4 to some of the other things on the board. I think I'm going to do the Swarms first, just in case the Scorn pushes over to the right. They could have an Ultron, which would... maybe we should have calculated that for that too, but...
There's no strings on me.
At least... No, we don't tie mid. Oh, no, we lose. Unless Scorn bumps up mid. Oh, no. We should have calculated for the Ultron. I don't know why I was pushing for the Gilgamesh so hard. That was such an easy win, too. We had a great lineup. We had a huge Scorn. Unfortunate. That's all right. Math is overrated. Sometimes you just send it. And then Barry said, or Baza, would you recommend to get Scorn? It's still super early on. Right now, if you like discard, then very playable card. If discard's not necessarily your what you enjoy, very skippable card. Right now, from what we've seen, I haven't seen anything that's just like crazy strong for Scorn, but it's also only been out for a few hours. So that could always change. Next up, we have Grass Knuckles. The first location, Dream Dimension, which is unfortunate if we end up trying to go the Modoc path. Scorn probably would have been better before Hellcow nerf. Oh yeah, it definitely would have been. I still think it's fine. But a lot of times, like, discard decks already put out a lot of power pretty consistently. We have the Collector. We can go... Moon Knight is a 50-50 for Hellcow here. We're going to shoot our shot. Is it Gambit or Moon Knight? Or Moon Knight sub? I feel like we need to make an effort to get Swarms started discarding. I also feel like we maybe need to take out the Athena. I thought Scorn was supposed to give an amount of power. Yeah, it got changed. I'm guessing the other direction was way too strong, and so they ended up tuning it down before it ever released. Yeah, I think it was the last patch that it changed. We do get Dracula. Not awful. Necessarily great, but not awful either. A very lucky Gambit could be huge. So if you do exclamation point card Scorn, that should give it to you. So if we did Modoc, do we ever think that this left lane wins with what scales? Go Modoc one of the swarms so that we have the guaranteed Dracula, but it only scales by one for each. I think we're coping if we're gonna stay. We're gonna retreat out of this one.
Escaped.
I wouldn't even know where to start with a like an Exodia deck. We can give it a shot. Cosmo is super common, and so I don't think it's going to perform very well. It's just one of those that whenever it goes off is fun. So go with the Scorn. Gambit. Going, we have the Wong Mystique. I guess Mystique isn't on reveal. I'm gonna autofill the rest. I know typically you have like a wave, you have onslaught to like really try to set up the Exodia. Awful, I think. I think that's awful. Does run the onslaught. The magic. Sure they wouldn't see it coming. Has the backup line of the Ironheart. Sarah Blink. Wait, Sarah. Oh, to set up the like the Sarah stuff. Give me the Meeks oven. It's time for him to shine. And then General Sergeant, hey TLSG, do you have an idea of when you'll be streaming tomorrow? Tomorrow High Voltage comes out, so probably I'd say like 11 a.m. 11:30 Central Time would be when I would be pushing it. We could also go with the the Sarah. I don't think I have Splat's deck. Oh yeah, I do still have Splat's deck. So you could also use this as like the core. Then be looking for like the other discard stuff. So Swordmaster. Great in it. Gambit would be fine in it. Maybe Corvus as well. Is that the direction that they went? Bought it. She said it's so funny. Alex and Guess are playing Machine Gun Gambit. Are they? I feel like it's definitely not the consistent way to build it. Wong Mystique. Wong Mystique and then all the discard stuff. Next up we have Pixie Chef. One Improving Grounds with a Wong Gambit Cope that didn't draw Scorn and hit 3 of the 6 cards that it had to win. Perfect card, 10 out of 10. No notes. Beautifully done, Vosh. Beautifully done. So we have Wakanda Embassy. Our Ravona down. So things like Mystique are a bit cheaper. Had magic to extend the game, but it turns out we don't really need to. I'm still going to do it anyways. That way we can continue playing across. Mystique doesn't discount. Ooh, true. Because of the Wakanda Embassy. That's okay. Please punish Pixie for running ads during gameplay. I'll do my best. I'll do my best, Skada. So, Gambit, Scorn, Ironheart, Iron Man, and Ironheart would be great inverted. And we have the extra turn. I'm gonna go ahead and throw Mr. Negative. It's either that or we set up a Wong into Mystique into Onslaught on 6. Beautiful. That helps us out with our Mr. Negative, actually. Take it. We'll take it every time.
Opponent snapped.
They have Cosmo, don't they? Five, 6, 7. Go Jane Foster to pull out the Iron Man Ironheart. Either that or we go like Psylocke Wong, but then we're really hoping that they don't have the Cosmo. I think the snap is telling me they have a Cosmo. And maybe a Cosmo Mystique. Wong one lane, Mystique on another. But they probably have Cosmo Mystique, I would imagine. Ironheart, Iron Man, we get the guarantee of like our pool cards. So Scorn and Gambit. Always Wong Psylocke. Wong Ironheart, Iron Man. This is not the last turn yet, though. We could also just... I feel like they're saving the Cosmo, though. As soon as we switched over to a deck that heavily leans onto the last turn Ownerville, we start the Cosmo is very likely. Cosmo last turn. Don't we just Onslaught? Yeah, it's probably Cosmo last turn. Maybe even Cosmo Mystique. So we could Onslaught into the Iron Man, but we're gonna risk it here. Fast Echo. Okay. We don't have priority, so they're trying to bait out the extra cubes by leaving it. We can't even do like Mystique over here. Why is Psylocke 1 cost? So they hit Cassandra Nova and then we hit Mr. Negative. Yeah, Cosmo's not gonna do it, my friend. We have the left lane locked in already.
Iron Man.
Oof.
Behold my mighty
Close.
hand.
Was close indeed. Your Cosmo was not strong enough. We'll take the 4 cubes.
Victory.
Jump over into the next one. It was a good idea saving the Cosmo until that last turn, especially alongside the Mystique. But fortunately, we had the Iron Man Onslaught that didn't need it. He said, interesting deck. Why is Scorn in this? So Scorn is in this because if you can set it up, you can do the machine gun, where you have a Wong, an Onslaught, a Mystique to Onslaught into Gambit, and you're going to destroy most of what they have on the board. Oh no, a Pixie! I've become the Pixie because ads are about to start. I missed the snooze. I apologize, you guys. Next up, we have Pretty Boy, first location, Taco Truck, giving us the Chimichanga. The next one is Great Portal, giving us Sasquatch. Unfortunately, our hand's getting pretty full pretty fast. Let's go Psylocke. Fox, I was about to ask if you wanted to snooze it. Yeah. I didn't realize it was that close. For negative top deck? Not quite. I think we are going to go with the Gambit here, though. We're going to take out their Athena before it really starts scaling and elevating. No Apocalypse or Scorn? Scorn's in this deck. I ran Apocalypse earlier. I don't know that it was... Scorn didn't feel like a huge game changer in it. You get more procs using Mystique to copy Onslaught as opposed to copying Wong. I know at one point you did, Hurricane. At this point, though, I don't know. Oh, I don't know why we use the Gambit. The Gambit is our like last turn lever. I don't know what we're thinking. Oof. Okay, well. No Apocalypse or Swarm in the deck. No.
I am Iron Man.
No, typically you're gonna hold your Gambit, and it's a combo heavy deck, similar to like any other machine gun style build. I think we lose this one, especially with the Ajax mid. Feels like a leave. Yeah, I agree. Ooh, Mystique into Hazmat is big. We actually overshot the mid. Close. Not big enough? No, not quite. Because with this deck, if we can get negative down, potentially Jane Foster down, then we can pull through a lot of our cards, have much better consistency onto like the Gambit Scorn stuff. Oh, we don't have... we gotta go back to our Hellcow deck. My brain tells me that Cade is better than Ajax, but I can't help feel that Ajax is a more interesting deck. To play. Yeah. So Ajax is so the reason that he feels better is he's like a lane winner. He dominates a lane. Cade is just good value, so it's consistent, but it's not just going to like dominate a lane to the point where you could just solo it. Have you ever gotten the full combo, Wong, Onslaught, Mystique? I have. I have in the past, yeah. Not with this deck, not today. We haven't been running this one a whole lot today. But in the past, absolutely, yes. Mr. Negative doesn't give us any good like, pulls. So I'm gonna decide I'm gonna do Wong instead. It's got a time to be timed out again. Let's go with the Mystique. Then we'll see from there. So Makari, Hope Summers. I'm hoping that they don't have a Cosmo. Now we just need to be able to draw into our Gambit. I think we would be in a decent spot. Magic is helpful, but we have to play it into our doubled up lane. But it almost can guarantee that we can get into the Gambit by the end of the game. Calling Wing for the Scorn is big. Maybe the direction we Gambit for the Surfer into the Mystique. Maybe the direction for Scorn to go is like trying to discard her earlier into playing her on that last turn. I guess that opens up the door for an Onslaught here. And a Gambit next turn guaranteed.
Behold my mighty hand.
Beautiful. He will take it. Zombie Lemon, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So it's only 4 procs of Gambit. But 4 is better than none?
Victory.
Retreat. Wanted to see it play out. There's only 1 more cube. We got the perfect top deck on 6 and 7. Make that happen. Titan, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Scott, I wanted to see that. Me too. I couldn't even see the machine gun. We couldn't. It was there were no bullets in the machine gun. We have the natural limbo coming down, which you'll love to see. Titan, 1 key and Scorn, nice. Mine was 4. Feast is pretty good here. You can feast on it for sure. Psylocke into Mr. Negative into the feast lane. Into Jane Foster. I shouldn't have snapped. I want to see the Gambit play out. And I feel like a snap encourages them to leave. Onslaught is nightmare fuel. I agree. You win the game with the cat snap. Cat snap. Cat snap. I won the last game. A Deadpool emote never leaves? Maybe. Oh, to a viewer? I don't know. I don't remember. Ah. Moria is unfortunate here. I hate to see it. We do get the Gambit, which you love to see. First time viewer, long time chatter. OCD. How's that possible? It's impressive. Oh, meant the message just to a viewer. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Key. Go ahead and throw Ironheart, or we would just save it? Because we're not really pulling that much with a potential Jane Foster next turn. We just saved Ironheart in case we need that like backup line.
Cool.
If Gambit doesn't pay out. Echo was going to be scary for sure. Big onslaught. We're just going to draw rocks? Yes, Edge. Dana's going to pull rocks. Jane could pull rocks potentially. Go ahead and go Jane Foster. See what we hit. Misery, that is a lot of rocks. We're not going to pull all of those, unfortunately. Into the Cassandra Nova? Oh no. Okay, Iron Man. A rock. Worst in the world? Play Onslaught and Prey? Yeah, it's kind of the direction that we're stuck with. I'm gonna go ahead and play the rock into the east lane so we get an extra energy order. I don't think we would end up mystiquing the. I guess we could. If we get Wong, we could mystique the onslaught. You're right. The simple 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 out of 8. No problem. Never mind. All is lost. This is a lot of cards. A lot of disruption. A lot of rudeness.
My mighty
It
hand.
didn't have to be that rude. So... something like this. Typically, their big payoff at the end is Hawk. Who always hit Hawk, believe. Oh, with the with the Gambit. But the thing is, they have what, Hawk and a 1-cost card or 2-cost card at max. So Iron Man to the left, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is 16. We already have the lead here. This ends up being 6, 12, 24 to the right. I think we're fine without Gambit. Even if Ironheart doesn't hit ideal targets. Scorn before Ironheart. Get more rocks left, potentially. Potentially the play. That's a lot
I am
into mid.
Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
You guys are leaning super into the gamble though of the Gambit hitting Hawk. Watch as you miss left. We almost did. Only 1 hit over to the left. But I think we would have won the tiebreaker regardless. Either way, we will take the 4 and jump over into the next one. And then Anthony said, "Hi TLSG, hope you're doing well." Scorn looks like fun. It's a pretty fun card. I don't know if combo decks are the true home if like true discard is the home. I don't know exactly where it lands at in the grand scheme of things, but it's a fun card for sure. Echo blindness is so real it affects the owner of Echo too. I forgot about your Phoenix Force moving store manager. I forgot you couldn't Iron Man mid. Yeah. Yeah, Echo blindness it's a real condition. It impacts a dozen or more people daily. I feel like I'm very often forgetting about Echo though. I forgot you could move your Phoenix Force, and so that could have really messed me up had you shifted it just mid and then played your Hawk left. I played a Conquest game against a Gambit deck yesterday. Without fail, it hit Iron Man, Mystique, Iron Man, or Big Thena. Never any of the small cards. My fault for looking at the Iron Man when it was played. It always feels that way, doesn't it? Let's go Psylocke here. We could curve into Wong. Get that out on the board early. Big Agatha for him.
We are the future.
Big Magneto. The Gambit was more base power in the left. Yeah. I think we go Magic.
Power must be controlled.
Be unfortunate. But they have already used their Shang-Chi now. Anthony, we need an Echo Visual Cue? Yeah, I agree. An Echo Visual Cue would be very handy. Gonna play out our Wong. Don't worry, we'll murder everything they have. That's the hope. That's the hope we're going for. Silver Sable War Machine. Have our Scorn now.
Opponent snapped.
They could have Legion, right? Legion, Ripway, Limbo. Agatha decks a lot of times have that. They also have Eliath. Legion, yeah, Legion Snapped or Eliath, both very, very common in Arsham. Suffer from Cosmo Blindness. Cosmo Blindness, but they have that like really kind of almost over the top annoying like indicator now, right? Where it's like beeping at you. Next up, we have Gabriel Crawler. First location is the Isle of Silence. We get Psylocke, we have Ravonna, and Magic. All looking fantastic here. Ooh. Onslaught Citadel looking fantastic as well. We have our Gambit. I don't think we need the deep discount with Ravonna, so I'm going to go ahead and play her over to the right. Don't play ongoing cards. Echo can't hurt you. Very true. Truer words. I don't know that truer words have ever been said. What if we magic the Onslaught Citadel? That way we leave the 4 spaces for our perfect curve. In a parody commercial, do you suffer from echo blindness? No negative, unfortunately. We can get Onslaught down on turn 5 with our Psylocke. So then we're hoping for like better curves from there. We need the Wong for sure. So now no Ironheart. We know that that's at the bottom, which is a great start for us. Much better chance to draw into Wong, Mystique. I know we can do Onslaught here, but Mr. Negative is just such a solid hit. Mystique, beautiful. I guess now we need Wong. We can guarantee the Wong. I don't think that would be the Wong decision. So Wong is going to be 2. Plus the Gambit. We can do Wong, Mystique, Gambit, Iron Man all in the last turn. As long as they don't rip away Limbo, we're good. If they rip away Limbo, we lose. Let's do Jane Foster over to the left. Is there ever a Wong time for a Wong pun? There's never a Wong time for a Wong pun. And we get Gambit.
Victory.
I didn't snap it. I just want to see it play out. I just want to see the. I just want to see the combo happen. Getting a whole bunch of 1-cube retreats. So Wong of them to leave. Wong indeed. We'll catch him next time. It's going to be such a beautiful lineup, too. That needs some kind of groan emote for the puns. We do need to make that happen, don't we? All right, next up we have Blink. Unless we can do something to change it, the game is going to end on 4. We lose. I would have stayed to help you. God, I know you would have. In all fair, yeah, that's true. In all fairness, negative into Jane is usually an instant retreat. But still doesn't feel great. Let's go Psylocke. Maybe we set up the Wong next into Magic on 4 to rip away the TVA lane. Love if your opponent's rank was 182. Oh, for Blink? Blink 182? Yeah. Also, I would have Cosmo'd you. Yeah, that's true. And Magic left. We could play the Wong early, but just in case we get like Mystique, I want to be able to potentially Mystique the Wong. But we'll go Wong mid. What are these Lemuria games? I don't know what they are. They're unfortunate. And we're going against Arsham. So I probably shouldn't have stayed here. We get a late negative, which isn't awful. Hit Mystique, Ironheart. The only bad thing it would be Onslaught. I don't think it's gonna happen. Snap? No. We're definitely not in the snappable position. So with an Arsham deck, they run a lot of things that counter, like the greed that we're going for. Red Guardian wasn't on the list, but they run Alioth, they run Legion. So I'm never super comfortable snapping back whenever we're leaning into a Magic play with Arsham, which is fine. It's just kind of part of knowing that deck and that matchup.
Escaped.
It is what it is. But I did get a call from my wife. So since she's traveling, she's in Florida. I'm actually gonna jump off of here a little bit earlier today. Leave a little bit of sizzle for tomorrow for the new game mode. We have High Voltage. Super excited to see what that looks like tomorrow. But for now, we're gonna raid you guys over into someone else that's on and streaming. We have we have quite a few big people. We have Alex, we have Dara, we have Dexter. Since we played Dexter earlier, we're gonna go ahead and we'll raid you guys over into Dexter for now. So I appreciate you guys hanging out. Actually, let's do Alex. We'll do Alex. I've done Dexter more recently, so we're gonna send you Alex's way. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your night. Appreciate you guys as always. Hopefully we see you again very, very soon. I'll be live again tomorrow for the new game mode. And then after that, we'll be live again on Thursday, but drops start on Friday. We're going to be doing some crazy, crazy long hours. We'll catch you around on the next one. Thank you guys again.
This original deck had Weave in it to sneak out the